We'll call this Board of County Commissioners meeting to order on November 18th, 2025. We'll start with a salute to the flag. If Commissioner Garcia could please lead us.
Please join me in the salute to the flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, if you could help us with the roll call.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair. Here. Commissioner Clark.
Present.
Commissioner Garcia. Here. Commissioner Andriola.
Present.
Interim County Manager Kate Thomas.
Here.
And Chief Deputy DA Mike Large.
Here.
And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now go into item 3, which is our invocation. It will be given by Jason Gunasso. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A reading from the book of Micah, chapter 6, verse 8. He has shown you what is good, and what does the Lord require of you, but to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Would you bow with me and pray? Heavenly Father, your prophet Micah declared what you require of us, to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you. May these words provide guidance and encouragement to all who gather here today. Lord, we ask that you would bless and give each of these commissioners, Chair Hill, Vice Chair Herman, Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Garcia, and Commissioner Andriola. Give them wisdom that surpasses even their own understanding. Grant them courage to make difficult decisions, compassion to see those most affected by their choices, and humility to recognize their dependence on you. As your servant Catherine Booth, the co-founder and mother of the Salvation Army, once said, to better the future, we must disturb the present. So, Father, as this board considers matters of housing and homelessness, public safety and fire protection, behavioral health services, and support for the most vulnerable neighbors, give them holy discontent with any status quo that leaves people suffering. Where there is need, let them see it clearly. Where there is injustice, give them resolve to address it. And where there are solutions that require courage, strengthen their head, their heart, and their hands to make tough decisions, to take bold actions, and to do the hard work required of them, regardless of whether the solution is popular and regardless of whether the solution would come with a political cost. May this board always put the people they serve over the politics of the day. We also pray for the staff who prepare the reports, who research the issues, and who serve this community day after day, many of whose names we will never know, but whose work touches countless lives. Bless each of them, each of the staff members and their families as they faithfully serve our community. And please keep them safe and encourage them. We pray for our county manager, Kate Thomas, for Chief Edwards and all of our firefighters, for Sheriff Balaam and his team of dedicated sheriff's deputies, the technology specialists, the human resource workers, and all those who labor to serve this community in ways that are both seen and unseen. Bless the work of their hands, and may your grace and peace rest upon them and their families. We pray for those who will be impacted by the decisions made today by this county commission, for the families seeking affordable housing, for the seniors needing services, for those struggling with addiction and mental health challenges, for students using our libraries, and for neighborhoods protected by our first responders. I pray your grace would fill their debates and discussions as they work through each issue. Give these commissioners the wisdom they need to reach consensus and make important decisions. And may your peace reign over this meeting from start to finish. Lord, help this commission to not merely maintain what is comfortable, but to build what is just. Give them eyes to see beyond budgets and agenda items to the faces of real people, people who weep, people who hunger, people who struggle, and people who hope. May this Board of County Commissioners act justly. May they love mercy, and may they walk humbly with you today and every day as they faithfully serve our community. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Well, I would like to just take one item out of order. If we have 4 kids here who want to speak from Choral Academy, and they have to leave, and so I'd like to allow them to come up and speak if they're here. And are they? Okay. And so if they want to come down.
Madam Chair, I believe they would like to speak after 10:20. So
after 10:20.
Yes, we can go ahead with item 4, and then I will watch the
Thank
time
you.
to make them speak after 10:20.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we'll now move into item 4 then. Manager Thomas.
Thank you. Item number 4 is a general update from our Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue Chief Ed Edwards, who is here to provide the board with a verbal report as requested monthly to the board. So welcome, Chief.
Thank you. Welcome, Chief.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Just wanted to provide some updates on our fuel mitigation and fire prevention efforts over the last couple of weeks. This fall, we had a green waste program kickoff where we brought in 894 loads of green waste that were disposed of. More than 700 of those came from Washoe Valley and Silver Lake areas. So this is huge in our fuel reduction and making our communities a little bit safer. Those totaled over 4,200 cubic yards of material. So we're also very grateful to our partners at Waste Management who donated 16 large dumpsters to help us offload a lot of that material as well. So we're looking forward to also doing that again in the spring. So if those that weren't able to participate this fall, there'll be another opportunity in about 3 months to do it then. We also had our curbside chipping program up and running in this fall. We service 110 properties. And this curbside chipping program is for those that are elderly or disabled that can't get out and come to these recycling events, that will come to them and help chip their material as well. So also a great service to the community to bolster their fire prevention efforts and their fuel mitigation plans. We've also expanded our open burning season. So in the past, that's only been for 2 months. We've opened it up on November 3rd this year, and that'll run all the way through April 30th. So if you have an approved permit and it's a permissible burn day, we encourage those that are able to get out and burn those fuels so that we can do it in a controlled environment in good conditions like today when it's raining, where the risk of fire is low. If you need more information or the community would like more information, they can visit tmfpd.us. It's right on our homepage there. There's more information about the open burning process. And then the last update I had for you all today is that we're partnering with the Truckee Meadows Firefighters Foundation on neighborhood Santa parades and toy drive to collect toys for those less fortunate and those at the Ronald McDonald House. So those parades will occur nightly for 5 nights between December 11th and December 15th. They'll start at a neighborhood firehouse at 6 p.m. And there's more information also on our website for that as well. We'd love to have everyone come out and join us for the holiday festivities and getting to know your firefighters at the same time. We're also collecting toys at each of our Truckee Meadows firehouses between now and December 15th. So if anybody would like to drop off unwrapped toys, we're collecting at those locations as well. And that concludes my updates.
That's great. I love the parade and making sure that community members can learn about our different fire stations and also support kids in need. So thank you for your leadership on that, Chief Edwards. Do any commissioners have questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Chief, for your reports. It's very informative. You know, the waste management or the waste management donating the bins and working together, and I've said it here on the dais before, I had a load of waste that I brought down, and the workers unloaded the trailer. They did a great job, and I think it's all about fire prevention, and I think you're doing a good job with that. The open burn extended time, that's another great idea. Again, it's all about fire prevention. And so we can get rid of these wastes around people's dwellings or outbuildings and just help clean up the the area, get rid of the dead brushes and bushes and branches and get it chipped up and recycle it somewhere. And I presume that's what you're doing with it. I saw the big chipping piles there. So some of it gets recycled and used in other ways. Is it correct?
Absolutely. The stuff that we could chip that didn't have a lot of soil or other materials mixed into it was chipped and can be used for mulch or decorative landscaping and so forth. So yeah,
so
good way to get back to
repurposing of that. So thank you.
Absolutely.
And the community outreach and your involvement, I see at different events on a regular basis. I see you here and around, and so I think that's important to the community to have a face of the leadership of the Truckee Meadows Fire Department. Yeah. So thank you for showing up to all those events.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Any other commissioners? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Vice Chair, for asking for this update. It's a great update. Well, thank you, Chief. Have a great one.
Thank you.
All right. We'll now move into item 5, Manager Thomas.
Thank you. Item number 5 is public comment, and comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Unused time may not be allocated to other speakers. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole. Virtual public comment may be taken when facilities are available. A speaker's viewpoint will not be restricted. However, reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant statements, unduly repetitious statements, and personal attacks that would objectively antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. The Board of County Commissioners carries out the business of Washoe County and its residents during its meetings. The presiding officer may order a person removed if that person's conduct or statements disrupt the order or safety of the meeting. Warnings about disruptive conduct comments may or may not be given prior to removal. Furthermore, certain disruptions of a public meeting are criminal acts as defined under state law, which may result in prosecution in appropriate cases.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, if you could help us with public comment.
Of course.
Thank you.
We have several people signed in, so the second name, please queue up for your turn next. First up, we have Fred Henners, followed by Terry Brooks.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Fred Henners, unpaid Executive Director of Family Counseling Service of Northern Nevada. Our small agency has served Washoe for 66 years. You may know us from Allie's Prom Closet, where we provided dresses, tuxes, and accessories for high school students who might not be able to afford them. We operated the Summer of Healing Sexual Abuse Treatment Program for 25 years. We brought sexually abused children to a camp at Eagle Lake for therapy. The camp was absolutely transformative and extraordinarily helpful for the children. This year, we worked with veterans groups to do a complete makeover of a disabled veterans home. He had been abused by family members, and we organized a massive cleaning, structural repairs, new appliances, and a live-in caregiver to assist him. For decades, we assisted thousands of middle-class Washoe residents with low-cost credit counseling and bankruptcy preparation. We now focused on the impoverished. FCS operates a representative payee program where we receive a client's Social Security or VA benefits and pay out their monthly bills. We give them 1/4 of the remainder each week. But we are much more than debits and credits. As we are able, we provide snacks, clothing, and hygiene products. We also provide intensive case management as needed. A grant from the state allows us to take on truly difficult cases in Washoe. We have the training and experience, as well as an encyclopedic knowledge of resources to make positive differences in people's lives. But to our surprise, Washoe Human Services Agency has decided to cancel our annual $70,000 grant that makes our REP Payee program possible. We have been meticulous in our record keeping and extremely responsive to requests for information. We know of no complaints from our clients, and we had no negative findings in a recent audit. We began the area's first REP Payee program more than 25 years ago. and we've been serving challenged individuals ever since. Over the years, a few other payee programs have popped up, and then they've gone away as the reimbursement rates by Social Security and the VA make programs such as ours almost unsustainable. Currently, we have 150 payee clients, and we don't want to lose our ability to help. The $70,000 we receive is a tiny fraction of the Washoe budget. Keeping our program intact will save many lives. Anything you can do would be great help.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Amy Pulver.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today I'd like to render on the act of discrimination when it comes to employment and gender. When I was young, I worked at a restaurant where males like me washed dishes, while all the females were waitresses who served to customers their dishes. After that, I worked 3 other jobs where they hired only males. None of the positions in those places were considered appropriate for females. Then I got a job at a textbook company that hired both females and males, and positions there were considered appropriate for females and males. Then I worked at another place with separations of jobs. Males were assigned to some jobs and females to other jobs. Then I worked where I had gone to school at a library of a university. Males or females worked in any position, so again, I enjoyed the diversity. Men used to be more easily employed whether they were married or not, and they could usually work longer at the job they got. Young single women, however, were less likely to get a job because if they got married later, then they might quit their job. Once they got married, they might have children, and they'd have to quit their job to stay home and raise their children. Men usually got paid more, women usually got paid less. Some employers said if they paid women more, then they'd have to pay men less. In some places, women were more likely to be hired because of their looks, or in some cases, more likely not to be hired because of their looks. There has been way more abuse of women where they worked than there has ever been of men where they worked. Some women have been abused with threats of being fired, and some couldn't defend themselves with the fear of being fired. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and again for putting up with more of the very uncomfortable things that I say.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Amy Pulver, followed by Kenise Tasman.
Good morning. My name is Amy Pulver. I want to address item 12 on today's agenda, which is labeled as for discussion only. And this is the request from the Washoe County Library Board of Trustees for the FY 2027 base budget. It would be equal to the combined current FY 2026 budget, adjusted as appropriate to account for future contractual obligations. This 2027 budget would be fully within the general fund in 2027. I have attended all regular and special meetings of the Library Board of Trustees since last November. Many of the meetings were chaotic, ill-managed, and breached rules of civility. At one meeting, 3 different library staff members left the meeting in tears at different times from statements made by board members. I've worked in the public sector for decades. I've been through many contentious and heated public meetings. But even I was shocked at the lack of professionalism exhibited by some members of the Library Board of Trustees. That said, a corner was turned when Deputy County Manager Dave Solaro added oversight of the library system to his other duties, or it was added for him. I've watched him work with library staff, board members, and the public over several months. He treated everyone with kindness, courtesy, respect, and patience. His work was thorough, transparent. He explained budget scenarios numerous times and answered multiple questions, sometimes multiple times. He listened to hundreds of comments from the public in helping the board to move consensus move to consensus on a base budget for the library system. He and his staff put together cogent presentations, multiple scenarios, and different assumptions to arrive at the recommendation that is now supported by the library board. I too support that budget recommendation for the base budget moving forward and urge the commissioners to accept the recommendation at the appropriate time. The recommendation faithfully reflects community sentiment about the library system, the reality of the county's tight financial situation, and provides a good starting place for the new library director once he or she is on board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kenise Tasman, followed by Daniela Marquez.
When a government gets corrupted, all goes to the floor. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Kenise Tasman, and today I will be talking about corruption. The meaning of corruption is when someone is dishonest and fraudulent, most times including bribery. While there are a few countries that aren't that corrupt or just haven't been found out yet, there are still many countries with corruption. The top 10 most corrupted countries as listed on usnews.com starts with Russia, followed by Iran, Colombia, Mexico, Zimbabwe, Myanmar, El Salvador, Ghana, Cambodia, and Bangladesh. USnews.com ranked the countries based on the 2024 Transparency Organization based on corruption perceptions. Here's an example of when people finally had enough of the corruption in their country. In Bangladesh, there had been a quota system in which if you were a descendant of someone who fought the Battle of Independence for the country, you would get the higher level and higher paying jobs. Not many people were descendants, as many of their family members had not fought in the battle. Because of this, the higher powered jobs were corrupted. Sheikh Hasina was and had been the prime minister for over 20 years at this point, since the voting polls were guarded by cops who followed every order given to them. And since she made the quota system, all the cops were not picked for their ability, but for being a descendant from the people who fought for independence. When students started not getting jobs, not getting equal pay, and not getting the same rights, they started to protest. There were peaceful protests at first. They just wanted something done, but Sheikh Hasina did not like the peaceful protests at all. At one point, they turned all the cell towers in the country off so this information could not get out. She decided to send out the cops and start threatening and hurting people as well. It is estimated that around 1,400 people died during these protests. In the end, though, Sheikh Hasina did get karma as the people of Bangladesh started to retaliate and eventually raiding corrupted mayors' homes and as well as offices. Sheikh Hasina's home also got raided. In the end, she fled Bangladesh and tried to go to the United Kingdom where her sister lives, but the United Kingdom denied her visa, so she could not stay. She tried to get a visa to many other countries as well, but they all got denied. Now she lives in India getting protection from Modi, the Prime Minister of India, since she cannot go to any other country. In recent news, Hasina has been sentenced to death for crimes against humanity during the protests, but she cannot serve her death sentence at the moment since India will not release her to Bangladesh. Although if she were to leave the country, she would definitely be sent back to Bangladesh to serve her death sentence. While we may not be able to control the rise in corruption, we should stand up and try to stop the corruption. I also want to mention that this is not directed to any members of the committee nor anyone here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Beautiful job.
Next up, we have Daniela Marquez, followed by Genesis Fajardo.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Daniela Marquez, and today I will be talking about ICE immigration. Imagine a chessboard where every piece represents a life, a family, a dream. ICE immigration agents are some of the people that play within these complex games, tasked with enforcing immigration law. But unlike king, queen, pawn, and more pieces in chess, they use human lives, families. Their job is to detain individuals without proper documentation. Yet, behind every arrest is a mother, a father, a child that is separated from their family. These people, although without proper documentation, they help our community and our country to become what it is today. America is being built by immigrants. Yet behind every arrest is a mother, a father, and a child that is separated from her family. According to Pew Research Center, as of June 2025, 51.9 million immigrants live in the U.S., making up 15.4% of the nation's population. These people are not criminals. In fact, a large majority of immigrants have not committed a crime at all. Immigrants, including undocumented immigrants, are less likely to commit crimes than U.S.-born. These people have dreams, goals, achievements. Some are hard workers trying to build a better future, building our houses, schools, apartments, and many more buildings. Others were students that were forced to abandon their education. These are not just stories, they are showing what the U.S. has become. With every knock on the door, families fear to open it, and kids are taken away from schools, from their families. Families are torn apart and living in fear. Let us not forget the Constitution protects every single person on U.S. soil regardless of having no proper documentation, which proves ICE is breaking the law. Without ICE immigration, we can work together to help one another. We can not only create a united system, but follow the Bill of Rights, which protects citizens' rights, freedoms of America, specifically the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendments. The 4th Amendment protects individuals from unreasonable searches and requires warrants. The 5th Amendment guarantees several rights and protects individuals from abuses of the legal system. And the 6th Amendment guarantees rights to individuals accused of crimes. These people are not criminals. They're just like you and me. Without ICE, no families would no longer be torn apart nor taken away from each other. We can create a system that unites all of us, that every one of us has equal rights regardless of our past, that the Bill of Rights are followed, and that the dreams of these people are achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
Genesis Fajardo, followed by Eliza Rouse.
How does it feel to be Bad Bunny at this moment in time? Some people may say it has been the best month of his life because he has just been named the headliner for the Super Bowl, while others say it has been his worst because of the controversy surrounding this decision. My name is Genesis from Corla Academy, and I will be speaking about the headliner for the Super Bowl. Do you think Bad Bunny should be able to perform at the Super Bowl? I believe he should be able to for the following reasons. Because he is an American citizen, because 600 million people in the world speak Spanish, and because his music has a vibe. I hope that by the end of this speech, if you have any doubt that Bad Bunny deserves to perform at the Super Bowl, that not only your mind is changed, but you also consider joining his fan club. Let's stop being as boring as a sloth on a sunny day. A lot of people who are against his performance are claiming that he's not even a United States citizen and how he should not be able to perform. They only claim Americans should perform in the Super Bowl. However, they are very mistaken because Puerto Rico is part of the United States, which makes all their residents U.S. citizens, including Bad Bunny. Not only that, but there had been many performers in the past that were not U.S. citizens, which is also okay. Some of these performers include Shakira, The Weeknd, Rihanna, and Coldplay. Not that it should even matter, everyone should be allowed to perform. We should be making people feel welcome, we should support non-US citizens, we should help. Another reason some people are upset is because all his music is in Spanish. They claim that the performer should only perform English music and have certain standards. The NFL is trying to reach a bigger audience all around the world. What was once known as an American sport is now becoming a worldwide sport. What better way for the NFL to reach a new audience than to bring Spanish speakers? Around 600 million people around the world speak Spanish. Imagine how many people the NFL is going to be able to reach that day. Maybe this will open the possibility to bring more performers that speak other languages and therefore attract more NFL watchers. We live in such a diverse world, why not embrace other cultures? Last but not least, his music is just a vibe, plain and simple. His music gets everyone dancing along, even if they don't know what they're dancing to. In conclusion, everyone should let loose and enjoy this entertaining free concert. Let's all embrace diversity in this, as the NFL is doing, and jump on and support Bad Bunny. Let's allow him to pave the way for more artists to be able to perform regardless of the language they perform in. Let's diversify and that Super Bowl and stage and enjoy the show.
Wow, good job. Great.
Eliza Rouse, followed by Adam Schiffendecker.
In the United States, we are a melting pot of many different races and cultures. Our presidency should reflect the best of our country, but does it really? Hello, my name is Eliza J. Rouse, and today I will be speaking on the inequality in our presidency. As citizens, we should show our diversity by choosing presidents from different backgrounds. But after almost 250 years, 98% of our presidents have been white males, and most share the same ancestor, King John of England. White males have been running our country for a long time, and I have nothing against their leadership. But we need people with different experiences and ideas to be presidents as well. When a child reads a book or watches a movie that reflects them, they feel inspired to do great things, though that is not the common way today. A study from CNN News shows that 84% of people in Generation Z and Generation Alpha feel discouraged to go into politics. By electing more diverse presidents, it will also help create a more confident and trusting diverse generation. I hope that in the coming elections, we will do our part as U.S. citizens to elect a diversity of presidents, because the word diversity is defined as differences in age, gender, abilities, religions, and backgrounds. Our country is supposed to be one of the most diverse countries. Is it really, though? Think about what is happening right now in our country. Our diversity is being destroyed. By electing diverse presidents, we will fix this for the next generation. Do you want your children and grandchildren to be afraid to pursue their dreams? Do you want to let down your posterity? That is why we need more diverse presidents.
Wow, great job. And I commend Coral Academy having your kids come down here and do public comment and take part of our representative democracy. So thank you so much. Congratulations. And please feel free to come back. This is your home. Madam Clerk.
Next up, we have Adam Schifferdecker, followed by Jessica Ruano.
Good morning, County Commissioners and all the staff. My name is Adam Schifferdecker. First, I wanted to say thank you to Daniela Marquez for her wonderful comment on immigration and customs enforcement. I'm here also, once again, to speak about the proposed grant that would remodel the Sheriff's Office to create space for ICE. I want to talk about what it really means to make room for an agency like this in our county. Decisions like this don't just reshape buildings, they reshape communities. When we build space for ICE within local law enforcement, we're doing more than approving a grant. We're blurring a line that many families already fear crossing. And when that line blurs, people who are already vulnerable begin to retreat. Victims of violence think twice before reporting. Witnesses who could solve crimes choose silence instead. Workers who've experienced harm keep their heads down because they no longer know what kind of badge is going to show up. The problem isn't mistrust of law enforcement itself, but the fear that local officers are now tied to some agents who take people away for reasons unrelated to public safety. This remodel may seem small on paper, but its consequences reach far beyond a renovated room. We all know the stories from other cities, the stories of unmarked cars, masked agents, and neighbors detained for nothing more than being in the wrong place with the wrong papers at the wrong moment. These practices don't build safety, they build fear, and they damage the very trust that law enforcement depends on to do its job effectively. Safety without trust isn't real safety, and justice that people are too afraid to access isn't justice. If our residents can't seek help without calculating the risk, then we are moving in the wrong direction. So I'm asking you to consider not just the monetary cost, but the human cost. Ask what we are making room for: more fear and silence, or a community where every person can step forward without hesitation. I urge you to reject this grant and instead support efforts that strengthen trust, dignity, and real safety for everyone who calls Washoe County home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jessica Ruano, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Morning,
Good morning.
Commissioners. Sorry. My name is Jessica Ruano, and I'm a 41-year-old single mother of 4. I'm also a keyless driver for 7 years. I'm also from the Crossroads program. About 9 or 10 years ago, I got in trouble, had some drugs in my pocket. Officer Wickman became my probation officer. He liked to flirt during court time. He liked to tell me that he loved me during intake at the sheriff's office. And I am willing to polygraph all of this stuff. For the past 10 years, he's been stalking and harassing me. Him and his wife, I knew his wife from 20 years ago. She worked with my dad. She wanted to take me to a gay bar. I didn't want to hang out with her. I was in college working full time. I was 19. She was in her late 20s, I guess. He and her like to come by and swing rings at me along with other wives. He likes to bring other women past on whatever route I'm on. Most recently, the Route 13 with a female coworker. They drove past me with lunch, pulled into a house, and then parked there. They were there for more than an hour, like directly on my route. What else do I have here? I'm over it. Like, I work with a woman that went through the Crossroads program as well. They're all PCP smokers. I don't know about the female coworker, but those are the ones that he seems to favor, and they're harassing me. His wife yelled out the car window at me. It's because I'm fat. She's also yelled out the DAS car at me, Allah, Allah, Allah. It's the same thing with the woman I work with. She likes to tell me all the business with Officer Wickman. She even went as far as to name her dog after him. I'm over it. I'm sick of reporting it. I'm sick of clicking my camera on my bus. I'm only working. It's my job as a bus driver to sweep the street to make sure I am driving safe. But I cannot get DAS to leave me alone for being sober. Like I said, I'll polygraph, blood back panel, but I am not the problem. The one that he's touting to you guys, to the donors, she's still an alcoholic. She was involved in some fight at an arcade, and one of our other drivers passed away from a fight from their alcoholism. I don't understand what their problem is, why he wants to antagonize me. I don't understand why nobody is listening to me. It's just ridiculous. This is what they do to people who are successful, even if they walked out of the program as a revoke and still made it. My picture is on the wall at Circus. I didn't ask for that. I didn't sign for that, wasn't compensated. I'm not asking for a husband. I've been married twice, and that's a reason why they fling rings at me. But I don't think they should be a ring harassing me.
Thank you for your comments. No, thank you for your comments. Can we follow up? Okay, thank you so much. We'll follow up with you. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
Next up, we have Nicholas St. John, and I have documents to distribute, and following Nicholas will be Tara De Quiros. Go ahead.
Go and distribute them.
Go ahead. I'm going to distribute.
They need these documents in front of them before I can start speaking.
We can start the timer.
No,
Mr. St. John.
Stop that. You need these documents before you, otherwise you're stealing my time.
Thank you.
You know, it's amazing, Alexis, how much, when I call you Queen Tyrant, there's a reason. You're a tyrant and you're stealing my time. Why would you not just wait until you got the documents in front of you in order for you to be able to see what it is I'm talking about? I want you to restart the timer. I want to reclaim my 30 seconds. Please restart the timer. Please restart the timer. All right, congratulations. We'll just add that to the list of violations, Alexis, our Queen Tyrant. What you have before you is the cast vote records from 2020, the 2020 general election. These are the actual results of all of the votes that are being cast. This election was touted as the most free and fair election and safe election ever. Everyone watching and those that are watching online, free and fair and safe. I'm about to show you that none of that is true. What you have before you are a limited number of pages. I printed out the first, second, third, and last page of that list. What you will find is that on the one that doesn't have a date on the top of it, and then the second one that has a date that says CVR export 20201117. The 117 document is what we pulled down in March of 2020. The one that doesn't have a header on it is 2021. We just downloaded in March of this year. If you will look on the left side, there are sequential numbers, cast vote record numbers. These are numbers that are assigned as they cast the vote and are counted. You'll see that the first one is 0003-1-15. The same is on the 17 report. The next one is different. 1-1, and on the original it was 1-9. Then it was 120, and on the original it was 116. Over 98% of all the cast vote record numbers have been changed since that election. If you'll turn to the last page, you will see a number. You'll see 252, 562, and 254, 244. That's an additional 1,682 records that have been put on this thing. I'm amazed at how this doesn't seem to shock anybody. And how you guys don't ever step up to get them in.
Madam Clerk, can you call the next person, please?
So you guys took 30 seconds, 40 seconds of my time. Alexis, you've been
Madam Clerk.
Next up, we have Tara de Quiros, followed by Elizabeth
Thank
Estes.
you very much. I appreciate it.
I'm speaking on item 12, which is the library budget. I'm going to go over some graphs. All of these data are from the most recent survey by the Institute for Museum and Library Services, which is the federal agency that oversees museums and libraries. The first graph shows funding for the Washoe County Library System compared with all of the other libraries across the country that serve populations with 400 to 600,000 people. So it's all inclusive. I didn't select libraries from this. This is all of them. You can see that the total budget per person for similar sized libraries goes from the highest to the lowest, and Washoe County is right here. Funding for Washoe County libraries is about $34 per person, and the national average is about $53 per person. The next page is going to show data on the size of the library's collections, so the number of books per person in each of the library systems. You can see that Washoe County is near the bottom with 0.6 books per person, which is less than half of the national average. The next page shows ebooks per person for these libraries across the country. And here, Washoe County falls even lower. We have 0.07 ebooks per person, and the average is more than 10 times that with 0.8 books per person. So I thought maybe, this is a Nevada thing. Nevada doesn't like taxes, so I thought I'd look at how Washoe County libraries compare to other Nevada libraries. So these two graphs are for all of the libraries in Nevada that reported data to IMLS. And here you can see that Washoe County, once again, is fairly low. It has a budget of $34.19 per person, while the average for Nevada is $85.68. Here's the number of books per person for Nevada libraries, and Washoe County is right near the bottom. The state average is more than 8 times the number of books per person that we have in Washoe County. This is the last graph. It shows the number of ebooks per person for Nevada libraries, and Washoe County again is near the very bottom with 0.08 ebooks per person, while the average is 2.05. So I'd say that As far as funding a flat budget, it's sort of the bare minimum. And libraries are not businesses, they're a public good. However, if you look at the return on investment for funding libraries in Washoe County, I'd say it has to compare very well to all of the other departments. Libraries are really giving you a lot for each dollar that you put into them. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Elizabeth Estes, followed by Oscar Williams.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Elizabeth Estes. I am the business manager for Family Counseling Service of Northern Nevada. I have been with the agency for, it'll be 20 years in February. The previous speaker, Fred Henners, our executive director, went over the many different programs that we've provided over the years for the community, so I'm not going to go over that again. What I would like to speak to specifically this morning is our representative payee program and the loss of the $70,000 a year contract that we've had for over 20 years. We have never asked for an increase in that amount of money. We've always just run our agency bare bones so that we could hopefully keep within the budget that we had to continue to provide services. As of this year, with the reduction in federal funding, as we all know, has gone down, our agency was hit pretty hard. Fred is now serving as an unpaid executive director. And in order to keep our payee program running without the $70,000 a year contract that we've had, I will also be waiving my wages starting in January. So I will be working for free as well, trying to keep the agency open to continue to serve the underserved population. And I'm going through the budget here and I see, like $17 million for the libraries and increases in budgets for home care, for aging and disability services. A lot of those clients are also our clients. We do still a lot of work with the Washoe County clients that they send over to us. I would really encourage this committee to please reconsider the contract that we've had. It's really a very small amount of money out of the county budget, but we rely on it to stay open and to continue to provide services for the unhoused. We have a lot of unhoused clients that, through managing their funds for them and providing intensive case management services, we've been able to house people and keep them housed. These are people who refused any kind of housing for many years. And once we get them housed, then we can get them sober, then we can get them employed. And we're in a pretty serious situation right now without that ongoing contract that we've had. So I appreciate your consideration in this matter. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. And I'm within my time. Okay, thank you.
Little technology break here. Okay. Next up, we have Oscar Williams, followed by Eileen Eklund.
Good morning. Hello, Oscar Williams. It's a pleasure to be here today. I got a couple items on the agenda, a couple items off the agenda. Let me start with the off-agenda stuff. I'm going to put this down here. I'll be referencing this in a few minutes. But the stuff off the agenda, specifically, why aren't we having a discussion and a vote on automated signature verification? It is a critical piece of election infrastructure, handling with our signatures, verifying that we are valid voters and counting our ballots. By automated means, we need to have a discussion. I don't believe that automated signature verification is approved for use by the state. I've asked over 3 months ago from the county and the state for the letters of approval to use that critical piece of election infrastructure, and I got butt kiss at this point. I imagine you can vote on it and they'll approve it later, but isn't that a little preemptive? Shouldn't you have the approvals before you go ahead and vote to commit to this technology? But ASV is not even on the table. It should be on the table. I make the same argument for the ballot marking devices. We'll get to that because that's on the agenda. The second point off the agenda is that November 5, 6, and 7, the Deputy Secretary of State, Mark Voloshin, held hearings on the revision to the Election Procedures Manual. And I entered it into an interesting discussion with him that reflects on one of the agenda items. Off agenda, there's a part where it talks about the election officials who no one shall harass or intimidate such election officials, including the registrar of voters, city and county clerks. What's missing are you guys. You're not mentioned as an election official. That's protected under NRS 293-710, the harassment statute. So I guess if the Secretary of State wants to sue you, he doesn't have any restriction because you're not labeled on the election procedures manual as an election official. I think that's an oversight you guys should address. I'm running out of time, so I got to go quick. I spoke to Mark Voloshin, and what resulted in this memorandum that I sent to him is something called personally identifiable information. At some point, we have a right to privacy, to the protection of our handwritten signature, particularly when it's combined with our name and our address, exposed on a ballot return envelope. I contend you that the ballot return envelope is illegal. If you pursue it, you're aiding and abetting potentially identity theft and forgery. It's exactly what it is. Many U.S. codes, our ballots are being transported across state lines, by the way, to Sacramento, where our signatures are being scanned. Every piece of mail is scanned. Do you know what happens to our scanned signature image once it goes to Sacramento? I don't. There's a serious problem with that. So I would say vote no on item 10. Don't enter the state's ballot agreement, okay? Keep it to yourself. The last one would be...
Thank you.
Eileen Eklund, followed by Ryan Vorstich.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you once again for the opportunity to speak. For the record, my name is Eileen Eklund, and I live in Sparks. Today, I would like to first of all thank Assistant County Manager Solaro and the Library Board of Trustees for all their efforts to find a workable solution to our library's budget challenges. It's very clear that a lot of work has gone into developing the budget proposal that you will be discussing today, and I'm particularly glad that library staff were consulted and their input incorporated in the final budget product. Our dedicated Washoe Library County staff are the frontline experts in assessing specific neighborhood needs and delivering the many services and programs that the library provides across the community as a whole. I understand that you won't be voting on the fiscal year 2027 budget for the libraries today, but I strongly urge you to move forward the proposal that Mr. Solaro has presented to you. Does it provide everything that I would wish for the libraries? Absolutely not. But given the current financial situation of Washoe County and the state of Nevada as a whole, it's a reasonable, thoughtful compromise. This budget proposal is both fiscally responsible and responsive to fundamental community needs. It will ensure that our libraries can continue to provide the essential materials, services, and programs that Washoe County residents rely upon and that enrich all our lives. Getting to this place of compromise has been a long and often rocky road, and I'd like to particularly thank Mr. Solaro for all his hard work. The last few years have been a challenging time for our libraries, but personally I've been very grateful to see the community show up in force to support this critical resource. I hope that you will continue to support the libraries as well by allowing this budget proposal to move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ryan Vortich, followed by Kate Barnicki.
Good morning, Chair Hill and Commissioners. My name is Ryan Vortish, and I'm the Northern Nevada Democracy Coordinator with Silver State Voices, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization whose mission centers on building a more robust democracy by expanding voter access and ensuring transparent, efficient, and secure election processes. Later today, y'all are scheduled to review item 11, which requests funding to support the registrar's transition from VVPAT voting machines to the new ICX ballot marking devices. We at Silver State Voices strongly urge you to approve this transition and its associated funds. This new technology, which prints a physical paper ballot of a voter's selection at the voting machine, supports increased transparency and trust in our election processes by allowing each voter to tangibly verify their ballot's accuracy before independently placing it into the tabulator. Additionally, digital ballot marking devices continue to support accessibility and privacy by allowing voters to tailor their voting experience to their needs via accommodation features such as adjustable text size and ballot language selection in English or Spanish available at the touch of a button. By combining the security and accuracy of digital voting and tabulation machines with the tangibility of paper ballots, we believe this transition in our voting technology will support increased voter confidence and trust in our elections while avoiding the persistent errors and excessive cost associated with administering an entirely paper-based and hand-counted election. With that, we kindly request your support for this transition to ensure that Washoe County joins our neighboring 16 counties who already utilize these devices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate Barnicki, followed by Sandy Tibbett.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm simply a community member here to talk about the importance of libraries to me, so mine's actually the very nice one. So here's just 6 simple reasons. I recently started an online class, and libraries are a place I can go where I don't get distracted by everything going on at home, and I'm not spending money at a coffee shop only to be distracted by the people around me. 2, interlibrary loan. This is most important to me. So the library has always been able to get the books that I request. If I need to extend the due date, I just call Leanne, and she usually is able to extend it for me. If I forgot something I requested, Leanne calls me and lets me know. So this is a really nice human interaction, and it's really nice to be able to get the books I want to read because I can't afford them all. 3, news. So today you obviously can't trust just one news source. So the library lets me access the New York Times, which I don't want to pay a subscription for, but I want to know what's being sold to the American public. So the New York Times, among other news sources, is something that I can access for free through the library. 4, just general mind expansion. So when I was a kid, I didn't travel much, but the library had National Geographic, and I probably read every issue from 1987 to 1999. I was able to look at maps up close and learn about cultures and languages, which I never would have been exposed to in real life. And so as a good example, I was fascinated with Angkor Wat as a kid, before Tomb Raider or any of that stuff. And so in 2013, I went to Cambodia and totally realized a childhood dream. And that's all from the library. That's all from reading at the library. Let's see, 5, safety. So it's important for us to remember that many kids don't want to go home after school for a variety of reasons. And so it's really nice for them to be at the library, use different resources there, and it's better than having them on the streets. And lastly, just community rooms. I didn't realize this till recently, is that you're able to reserve a room. So if a small group of people wants to talk about something in the community or whatever, you're able to do that. And again, you're not spending money on coffee or being distracted by all the people around you. And so I ask that you just continue the funding and remember the importance of the libraries.
Thank you.
Sandy Tibbett, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sandy Tibbett for the record. So the reason I am here today is to talk about code of conduct and how to file one against a commissioner when you are the public, which I am. So on 9/2, I was here and I spoke at this podium and I talked about TRPA and your guys' votes, and I didn't say anything that was not true. It was the truth, but for some reason it pissed one of you off. She proceeded to confront me, intimidate me, try to bully me out in the hallway out here, right? So per Washoe County's Code of Conduct, number 7, professionalism, employees and other representatives of Washoe County shall behave in a professional manner with each other and the public, demonstrating Washoe County values and an adherence to the Code of Conduct in all interactions, all of them, right? So I filed a complaint, right? Kate Thomas, very nice. Her response was the Washoe County Code of Conduct is an internal policy intended solely for officials and employees. It is not designed for use by members of the public to report complaints about interactions with employees or elected officials. Wow. So if I bet if I was to file a complaint against Mike Clark, it would probably go all the way that it needed to go, because you're protecting her, in my opinion. So I was told that I should file an ethics report, which didn't quite make sense to me because she didn't do anything unethical. And of course it was dismissed. The commission does not have jurisdiction over how a public officer conducts their official duties unless facts separately implicate the ethics law. Well, that didn't happen now, did it? So I reached out to the governor's office. And of course, they responded. Seeing that your concern requires attention from Washoe County, yeah, duh, please follow the link below to submit a complaint. And so as of last night, I did a Title VI complaint, civil rights, because I'm not letting it go. There was no need for the confrontation that happened outside in that hallway. I expect that I'm able to come up to this podium, say what I have to say, and leave without being bullied or intimidated with body language and posturing and finger pointing in my face. It's unacceptable. All I want, and it's not even what she said, because she's going to deny it, right? I got the video. She's in my face with her finger, just like this, and it's unsettling. She should have just walked by and just left it at that, but she didn't. So, bottom line, all I really want is for her to practice what she preaches by owning her own behavior and apologizing publicly to Janet Butcher, Nicole Harris, and myself. It's very hypocritical of you to sit up on that dais.
Madam Clerk.
Janet Butcher, followed by Alan Munson.
Janet Butcher for the record. First of all, I'd like to respectfully remind people that our current president is the son of a legal immigrant and married to a legal immigrant. I'm going to talk about affordable housing and the possibilities of why it's out of reach. Notice the boxy Stark apartment buildings being built all over Washoe County. Notice the rent increases that have increased substantially. They have gone from a one-bedroom apartment in 2022 of $800 to now $1,400 a month. And these are not new complexes. They're old, dilapidated, horrible, unkept. There are a few reasons. Approximately 30% of housing is owned by corporations. Some of those are from outside of the country. Lots of owned LLCs, which are difficult to track. I've tried. Foreclosed homes have been pooled for bulk sales needing $10 to $50 million escrows. Foreign hedge funds snatch them cheap, jacking up rents and prices by design to keep Americans in debt. Pass-throughs and shell companies. The ever-increasing demand on new energy and costly regulations. The government's fair market value rental pricing. The push for you will own nothing and like it. The influx of low-wage workers and no-wage workers flooding the area. Research the UN's 2030 project. Please note, I am not anti-immigrant. Somebody from my family immigrated back before the Revolutionary War. However, the fact that Biden administration allowed an unsustainable number of people from upwards of 200 different countries to cross the border in short amount of time could be contributing to the housing crisis. This first one that I put up there was between 2019 and 2023, the number of immigrants, and that could be legal, illegal, people who are documented, people who just came here and crossed the border because of the Biden administration. This is from 2024.
Alan Munson, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Alan Munson. And first of all, I appreciate all of you in the job you're trying to do. And I am a resident of Washoe County, and I just wanted to comment on three things. But the first thing I wanted to comment on is that there's a legal, this is like allowing, as Janet just pointed out, the number of people who came in illegally, or let's just say illegally, in the last few years. There's a legal process, and if I care about all people who are coming who are stressed, but I don't care about criminals and people who are going to be raping and harming people. And so the process that ICE has to go through is to discern what kind of person you're dealing with, and there is a legal process, and they should follow it. Again, I'm very concerned with those people who need to come here. So I just wanted to comment on that. The other thing I'd like to comment on is, I'm not sure, I think it's item 10 or 11 or combination. And I just think that voting ballots should be made here in Washoe County, and that process should be here in Washoe County. We have a better handle on it rather than allowing the Secretary of State, which I understand might be using a company in California, we need to keep it here. And I understand that there was, I don't know how many years, very recently, one of the candidates' name was left off the ballot, Drew Rebar. So it's important to keep our election process here, even though it may, sound nice. We need local control. The third thing. And again, I don't know if you're going to be hearing it today or not, but I just want to comment on it's got to do with a wonderful new county manager, Kate Thomas, but I don't know if she should get quite the raise right away. Maybe in a few years, because I hear she's a very good person. But because the county is, last year, I believe, I may have this wrong, but last year we had a $25 million deficit. So we really need to keep all county employees' salaries, limited. And so I would just hope you would consider that. Thank you very much for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Penny Brock.
Hello, Commissioners. Cliff Nellis, 50-year resident of Washoe County. I just want to talk about each of these items as quickly as possible. First of all is elections, which is the most important thing of all for our county, that we have elections that are honest, and there's no transparency. We don't see what goes on in those computers in that computer room. The only way to verify that is by a hand count, and in the primary last year, I asked for a hand count to verify the machine numbers, and you didn't give it to me, which proves to me the numbers are manipulated inside those machines. Now, President Trump is going to require for federal elections, there'll be a hand count. So I want a heads up on that, guys. So I think we should go to a complete hand count system, and there's a ways to do it. We can show you how. It'll save the county a lot of money, millions of dollars. And if you still want to use these machines, I would say keep the old ones, because they're better than the new ones. We had the socialist up here that's recommending the new ones, so I would say don't go with those. And the other thing is verify the count with a hand count afterwards, which we'll do for free, so you doesn't have to pay for anything. And the other things is the libraries. We have a big problem with the libraries. We voted no on increasing funding to them because it's run by a cult. It's run by a rainbow cult. And the rainbow people don't represent the community. And they want the funding because they want to keep their little cult running. Now, I would recommend actually privatizing the system. That way we can fire all the cult members and get in some normal people. But we can't do that because they're working for the county, they work for the state. And they're pushing obscenity on our children. We keep talking to you guys about that. The same books, they refuse to remove any of the books, and it's not removing them from the library, it's removing them from the children's section. And the problem with that is if you remove them from the children's section in the public libraries, they also have to be removed from the schools, and the teachers are assigning those books for reading and projects in the schools, and it's obscenity, and you're seducing our children with sexual immorality. And we're not going to put up with it anymore. I support your extra funding for the sheriff's office. The ICE needs room to do its job. Matter of fact, my recommendation is that we take the whole campus down there, CARES campus, and turn it into an expansion of the jail. And the vagabond brigands, which is the proper word for them, that break our laws, should be put to work and sobered up. And I do not support the manager's raise. I think that the county employees can get a 50% cut and they'd all stay with us because they get overpaid. Everyone's overpaid compared to the normal people.
Penny Brock, followed by Tracy Thomas. Looks like Ms. Brock has documents to distribute. Go ahead.
Penny Brock for the record. First of all, I object that items 10 through 18 are going to be blocked. Under the Constitution, First Amendment, we, the people, have a right to redress the government on these issues. We cannot be denied the right to address items 10 through 18. I ask that these not be blocked. Thank you. Tulsi Gabbard of DNI has said, we have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of the elections. In other words, it's no coincidence that Dominion voting system just sold unexpectedly and is rebranded as Liberty Vote. There's problems with Liberty Vote. I found this late last night, and I've given you a copy of it. We have many questions about Liberty Vote. What was acquired, Dominion assets or the stock? If assets, what assets and what liabilities? If stock, was anything excluded? What exactly? What was the purchase price? Was it all cash? If seller financing was included, how much is it? What are the terms for the seller financing? What are the terms of indemnification, if any? What is the indemnification basket in dollars? Was this a shotgun wedding officiated by the DOJ? What role did the federal agencies play, if any? What Smartmatic intellectual property are you licensing? Did you commit to decertification of these machines? So it goes on and on. There's many questions about this. We're just 6 months away from the primary election. If you go to liberty.com, their website, that should concern you right away. We don't know what we're getting with Liberty Vote. This is very concerning. It should be concerning to every person, no matter your political party. What are we going to get for our primary with Liberty Vote? We don't know. I would ask that you have your legal department do a due diligence on this. Also, the county manager and the ROV should do their due diligence on this also. I ask that number 11 be tabled because there's too many questions about Liberty Vote. Thank you.
Tracy Thomas, followed by Charles Elliott.
Good morning. 1 Corinthians 13:6 teaches us love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with truth. There is truth in that Washoe County corruption continues to be alive and well. The continued practice of approving budget expenditures retroactively that are well over a year old leaves no wonder in why there is such a deficit. How is the public ever to be informed of what the true budget is or was? A commissioner recently publicly scolded employees for not saying something when they see something. It's imperative the public and commissioners be informed that Washoe County's whistleblower and retaliation practices and policies have not historically benefited those who have done just that. An employee or volunteer who is brave enough to speak up has been blackballed and or retaliated against by management. As just one example, the employee who spoke up against a former commissioner openly discussing his genitals in the manager's office was transferred to the basement of the main library with no chance ever for promotion. Corruption exists in every department of Washoe County. A person who could not get the value of his properties corrected to the values he wanted through the Board of Equalization got himself elected assessor so he could get his way. What is good for thee but not for me is certainly demonstrated with your agenda item for the manager's salary. While every other employee must enter a new position at the bottom of that pay grade assigned to that position, it is quite clear who doesn't follow those rules established, much less lead by an example. It certainly does not show any serious attitude for the deficit you are sacrificing other staff and departments for. Let us also not forget about the California Bay Area resident collecting a Washoe County paycheck for one of the elite top-paying positions on the payroll. Again, you know it's wrong. You just refuse to correct the corruption. When you do have a hiring process that functioned correctly in selecting our next registrar of voters, you allow the manager to interfere and disregard the process that a Florida candidate was chosen in order to insert his will and desire for his California chum. Corruption. To be clear, it does not bring me delight to point out evil within this organization, but someone has to speak truth for the record, because staff in the trenches certainly do not have that luxury. They have families to feed and provide health benefits for. So until you walk the talk, please save us the lip service. And then also, I'm going to put a bet on, you gave lip service to the chair being required to attend these agenda meetings. And I'm going to guarantee the next chair will not have attended one of those agenda meetings.
Charles Elliott, followed by Todd Bailey. Thank you.
Charles Elliott, Washoe County resident for many, many years. In fact, I was born here. Original quote, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing." I have been up here many, many times on many, many things, and I just can't stop. Now, I might be just tap dancing, and I do have some good shoes on to do that, but I hope I'm not. I hope I'm speaking to your heart, and I hope I'm speaking to the folks in Washoe County. And I hope I get through this so I know. Here we go. On the county manager, I've got a little thing written here that I would like to read. Tomorrow the county will, let me get this better. Tomorrow the county will meet to, we'll be voting on newly appointed manager Kate Thomas' salary. This is her full benefit package. Though it is 1% lower than Brown's salary, it is as high and even little higher than a Clark County manager. Clark County has 5 times the population we have. This salary is also higher than the governor. Hey, a reminder that residents are struggling and the budget is in significant deficit, and our sincere hope is that the board makes decisions that are fair and just for all of us. And it goes on, but I won't go further than that. Also, the school board, the main person of the school board is obscene salary as well. We are in a deficit. We are bankrupt. I would hope that you use common sense to deal with that. Also, I have on the voting machines. They have been proven over and over again for over the last 20 years that they are corrupt. They are controlled by Venezuela, Serbia, and it's proven, and we have proof. And yet, though, Washoe County, what we do, let's get the latest machine we can get. I'm sorry, it is totally wrong. This is a transcript of a whistleblower interrogator. So to summarize, it is that the Venezuelan government paid Smartmatic to create software that could be used by the Venezuelan government to rig the election. Why is President Trump sending all the stuff down there in Venezuela? Well, anyway, this is true. Interrogator, is it true that Smartmatic said...
Thank you.
Todd Bailey, followed by Jill O'Leary.
Today we begin a new journey to a new Washoe County. We must have a new county commission in 1 year. As everyone in Washoe County is an at-risk population now, thanks to the decisions that have been made in this room, you have made the wildest claims that no taxpayer in Washoe County is paying enough taxes. You know, you turned up your nose in the air a little bit when you claimed that people living in new homes don't pay enough taxes. Growth doesn't pay for itself. And then at the same time, you suggested with a bit of disdain that people living in older homes also don't pay enough taxes. Property tax abatements are the problem. No, you are the problem. The current Washoe County Commission has had more tax money to spend than any other commission in Washoe County's history, over 150 years. With all that money, you've created a road to county bankruptcy with a smile. You've sat here demanding the taxpayers pay up to fix your bad financial decisions to overspend. Some of you even wishing for Santa Claus. Okay, look, there's no Santa Claus for Washoe County because some commissioners are on the naughty list. Okay, not nice. Now, there's only one way to change the situation, and that's to put Commissioner Jim Clark into the chairperson's seat with a majority of responsible adults to lead us out of this financial mess. You have turned the Washoe County Commission into a Muppet show.
Jill O'Leary, followed by Cynthia Cooper. I'll distribute Ms. O'Leary's documents.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jill O'Leary. I'm a property owner in Washoe County with an unlawful judgment lien clouding my property's title. I'm here today to request a certified electronic audit log for that transaction. Seemingly, the clerks at Washoe County Recorders are not required to comply with a mandatory statutory requirement for a clerk's endorsement to include the name of the clerk when recording documents. My formal request for the certified copy of the complete electronic audit log metadata is in the letter distributed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Cynthia Cooper, followed by Trista Gomez.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cynthia Cooper. I live in Reno. I so didn't want to come to the meeting this morning. It's cold out, it's wet, my fingers were freezing coming here. But here's the thing. I made excuse, I thought about all the reasons I could skip coming. You guys have already heard from me several times on how I feel about the ICE activities. I spent one meeting talking about how wonderful it is to have immigrant influences in the community. I talked about the Basque, the Irish, the Chinese, and our present-day Hispanic community. In another meeting, I hopefully persuaded you that the ICE activities, not only are they racist, but they are bad for business, and particularly here in Nevada. I also emailed you about concerns about whether detainees would be able to vote during election season. So I said to myself this morning, oh, they don't want to see me again. They don't want to hear from me again. But here's the thing. There are other members in our community who are much more eloquent, articulate, persuasive, and they've made such great contributions to our community, who maybe would have liked to come to talk to you to say, gee, these ICE activities don't feel right and we shouldn't be a part of it. Maybe they wanted to say something to you about how that is impacting their communities. However, they may have a darker complexion than you or I, or maybe they speak with an accent. And even if they're naturalized citizens, even if they're here legally with a work permit, they may still have thought, oh, it's not a good idea to go and talk to the county commissioners. Somebody may come after me. I don't have that concern, so I washed myself up, I put on my clothes, I got my behind on my bicycle and came to the meeting because I can. So Epstein's been in the news a lot lately, the bankers, top executives, some of them may have questioned Epstein and thought, boy, this is a shady guy. But they went ahead and continued to do business with him because, well, money. Well, think what a punch in the stomach that is to women who may have been sexually assaulted when they were teenagers. And I submit to you that taking money associated with ICE is a punch in the stomach.
Thank you.
Trista Gomez, followed by Kit Waite.
Good morning, Trista Gomez. I have 3 minutes of prepared comments, but I'm going to speak to a couple of things first. I'll be here for a while, so I'll speak to the rest the next time I come up here. I feel like when I come to these meetings and I listen to all these people talk, I feel like there's a longing, there's a hope, there is a desire, there is just a clear need for residents in the county to feel heard. And I feel like one of the main reasons there's so much contention and it's so hard here and there's so much just headbutting is because I don't feel like residents feel heard. I've been out in the parking lot when people have cried over decisions that have been made here. I have been here when people have begged you to make decisions that are good for their communities and good for the people. That is what all of us feel like your job is. We have heard Mike Clark vote a majority of the time and at least acknowledge residents. And Ms. Herman, at least acknowledge residents. And we come here week after week after week after week, and we hear you guys just kind of give this sort of like, oh, yes, I am sorry that you're so upset, but, we're going to vote with money or developers or whatever anyway. I'm just asking you to stop. We're all asking you to listen to residents. We're asking you, we're begging you. Begging you. I will be back for this later, but you guys, when you guys did the Corn Ferry study, and this is just a couple of examples of the raises that we're giving during Corn Ferry, just a couple. Our budget is 40% higher than it was in 2019, 40% higher, and we're in a deficit, and we were homeostatic in 2019. And you're giving people raises. And there was no, to listen to that meeting, there's not a conversation about how are we going to sustain these salaries? How are we going to sustain the CARES campus? What are we going to do? How is this going to affect taxpayers going forward? This is 3 years old. So now we know that these salaries, they're even higher than this paper shows. Some of these, the HR manager is 47% higher. These salaries do not exist in the private sector. And if they do, I would love to show you. I cannot find them. But we did this at the expense of residents, and I'll talk more about this during that item.
Kit Waite.
Hello, Commissioners. It's always great to see you. I just want to say thank you for your time and opportunity to speak. I know this is a thankless job a lot of the time. I have a few things I want to talk about. The one is for agenda item number 11. I just ask that you would table this topic for the time being. I have personally a lot of questions and concerns about it. I'm not necessarily against what the agenda item is, but I feel like there needs to be a lot more clarification before there is a vote made that will ultimately impact our county and impact our election next year. So yeah, thank you for that. And then I also just wanted to give the reminder that we are in the beautiful country of the United States of America. It is known as a land of opportunity. We all have the American dream in some way. But in order to preserve that, we must be America first. Put our legal citizens first. If an individual comes here and does not go through proper documentation, they do not respect our rules that we have in place as a nation and needs to face the consequences for that. ICE, like every other government organization, needs to be held accountable, but does deserve proper support from our county to enforce the law of the land. Our founding fathers had a great setup of 2 plans. The first one was to have checks and balances and restrictions on government, so that way they could not have an overreach of power. And the second one was to instill civic responsibilities and virtues in individuals, so that way we could be a self-governing nation. I see both of those today are being degraded on multiple levels, and we need to come back, one as a community, another as a county, and as a nation, to go back to these first 2 plans of action. So yeah, thank you very much for your time.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move in to item 6, Manager Thomas.
Item number 6 is your Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commission updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you, and I think you've got some updates for us, and then we had some public commenters on a particular grant item. I don't know if you can speak to that as well.
Yep. So a couple of updates. First of all, I'd like to announce that we have a board opening for the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Board. It's a 4-year hospital continuous quality improvement, or CQI, representative term. It begins on December 18th, 2025, and it goes through December 17th of 2029. After the first term, the hospital quality improvement representative is eligible for reappointment for up to 2 additional terms. And that deadline to apply is at 11:59 p.m. on Friday, November the 20th, so not a whole lot of time. If you're interested in that one, you can either call, we've got a number on here. If you can go online, you can certainly call 311, but the number to call if you have questions is 775-326-6042. So that's an opening we had. And then I just wanted to let folks know that out in the lobby, we started at 11. We've actually got the ballot marking devices that are being discussed as today's item number 11. Those are out there if you want to go touch the devices, take a look at what that process does. I'll remind the board that we are the last county in Nevada to actually purchase these devices. All 17 counties are moving in that direction. So I encourage people, if you have questions or you want to go see that equipment, it's out in the lobby now until the end of the meeting. And then I think you had a question on one of the speakers for the family counseling services. We're going to get some information for the board and get that to you in a formal memo.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Vice Chair Herman.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have, I should have gone down there during the public comment, but one of our constituents was unable to come today to be a public speaker. And she gave me some information that she would have said, and it would be okay if I read that?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead and share.
All right. Her name is Valerie White. And she says, please accept and review the below attached documents regarding agenda item 11 on November 18th. The board meeting. I'm wholly opposed to any future involvement, both monetary and contractual, with Liberty Vote. The attached documents I'm submitting came from a book that details security issues with the Dominion voting system. Author of the book details the findings on the book that's mentioned here, and I'll give this to the clerk when I get done here with this part of it. Anyhow, it talks about the vulnerabilities in the Dominion Liberty electronic voting system by U.S. government bodies. And essentially, the whistleblowers share critical verified information that demands that Washoe County cease the use of Liberty Vote. The two investigators, Gary Bernstein and Martin Rodil, have serious investigative credentials nationally, and they're not run-of-the-mill investigators. The book is titled Stolen Elections, The Takedown of Democracies Worldwide by Ralph Pizzulo, publisher, and I can't read the rest of that. The only way Washoe County voters can trust the results of any election is, of course, I agree with that too, and counting paper ballots at the precinct level. So I'm going to give this to the clerk for
Great.
distribution.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. Do you have anything else for us today?
No, thank you. I
Okay.
took enough of your time.
Oh, you're fine. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning still, everyone. Thank you for being here and sharing your thoughts with us today. I wanted to highlight that November is National Adoption Awareness Month. Washoe County has a terrific program. We call it FAM, stands for Foster, Adopt, Mentor. If fostering or adoption isn't for you, we encourage you to look into the mentorship program. And it was actually today, 9 years ago, that I got my two little ones ready for pictures, and we walked down to the river, took pictures, and walked into the courthouse so that the judge could finalize our adoption. So 9 years later, it's really important for me to reflect back. I didn't know it at the time, that there were so many people in that room that were paving the way and supporting us and encouraging us, people behind the scenes that I had no idea had dedicated their lives, from the judge to the people in the courtroom to the social workers who were in attendance, even to the other families who were there to support each other. It wasn't easy going from 0 to 2 kids overnight, and I remember, being so scared about finding childcare. We had a huge childcare shortage back then, and we still do today. And I remember going to the grocery store and seeing the increase in price of groceries to care for my family, and knowing that I had to make it to a lot more appointments for, play therapy, occupational therapy, all these early interventions that we were now providing for these 2 children who had been through tough times, and we're trying to help them heal. So it is a commitment, it's a lot, but I really encourage you all to look into the programming that we offer here at the county. We have a huge wait list for children who are in need of homes, permanency, and so it really helps me as a county commissioner to know, this is how my family was formed. I'm now in this policy-making position, and so all of it's connected. And we're getting ready to hear a presentation on housing. Housing is connected to the foster families and adoption families within our system. Not only them, but the people who are seeking substance abuse treatment or those going through the court system or coming out of jail. Housing is one of those critical things that we really need to focus on in order for all these other systems to run smoothly. We've got to continue focusing on childcare, access to health care, and behavioral health. So that's just me on my soapbox for the day, but it is a big day for us, and I always take this time to reflect back. So thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you so much. And that's a beautiful reflection of your family and hopefully some inspiration for the community. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you. I just really want to send a huge shout out to the planning committee that put together the first annual observance to veterans on November 7th. It was a vision of one of the constituents, my constituents, Miss Baker, who is a veteran, an Air Force veteran, and also served in the Vietnam War. There were over 150 people who attended the Sparks Senior Center. And really, it was one of the most memorable ways that we can really see the community together, say thank you to our service men and women, both past, present, and future. I also want to recognize and thank everyone who attended, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Clark, Washoe County School District Trustee Colleen Westlake, Sparks Mayor Ed Lawson, Sparks City Councilman Donald Abbott, who also served on the Planning Committee, and these amazing junior ROTC from Spanish Springs was really, again, touching. There were a lot of people who put a lot of work into this, including the Human Services Agency Senior Services staff, Cara Paoli, I always get her last name messed up, and Ryan Gustafson, and a lot of other folks. But I also want to do a shout out to the Nevada Department of Veteran Services, who also attended. And Ms. Baker and I are going to be, along with staff, are going to be meeting with them because, as you know, and thank you, commissioners, for approving the 2 VSOs that we are going to be seeing serve our community. And that is a program that's going to hopefully be extended beyond the year to which it was voted on by the generous donation of a constituent. And then she's putting out a challenge match. So we're looking at how that is all going to roll out, and more to come on that. I also want to really recognize all of the Hidden Valley residents and the hard work of former Chief Moore, Fire Chief Moore, who really had the great vision of the expansion of the station number 37 in Hidden Valley, and many of us attended. It is in my district, and I really want to thank everyone for not only actually having the fire station go through some of the expansion, but to literally Truckee Meadows Fire, who continued to not have any interruption of service during the year of the finishing of the construction project. And again, for former Chief Moore for having the vision for the $5 million that went into that from the Nevada State Bank Infrastructure Fund, and that's where that came from. So that was really exciting. And then many of us serve on many boards, and I want to share that the Truckee River Flood Management Authority, the chair and I both sit on that. It's a huge kudos that finally, after 25 years, on Friday, November 14th, it was unanimously approved to have the Vista Narrows, which runs through my district and others. Final design was approved, and that is essentially in the works of preventing flooding. For those who experienced the 1997 flood here and some other things, that was the catalyst of actually making sure that our community, in terms of not only preserving the essential Truckee River, but to ensure that everything that is surrounding it remains intact and preparing for a 100 to 150-year flood. The Vista Narrows project was approved. It's going to start. Construction will be essentially late 2027, early 2028. It's estimated to be a 1 to 2 year project. So I wanted to make sure that that information was shared to everyone in the community. So thank you.
That's so great. Commissioner Clark.
I want to thank all the public commenters today. There was a lot of good information, a lot of good points were made, and it's important to hear from everyone. So thank you for coming down and expressing yourself. Always good to hear what the folks are thinking and take the pulse of the public. We need to hear that as commissioners. A couple of folks, I'll get into that in a moment. There was an article, and I don't believe everything I read, nor should you, but there was an article in our town, Reno, about the Safe Camp director being one of the highest directors of a nonprofit in our community, and that's all funded with tax dollars. And I'd like to find out, and this is a request for the staff, to find out what the outcomes are. Safe Camp. Safe Camp is part of the CARES campus, and I'd like to find out what the outcomes, some definitive outcomes of what's really taking place there with that particular program at Safe Camp. Next, I think that Kate Barnaky's comments about the library, I think there were just great comments, just positive about how things had influenced her life, and reading about the National Geographic and her trip to Laos, was it, or Cambodia, excuse me. And just hearing those things, that's what the library is supposed to be. It's supposed to be neutral, Switzerland, safe place, go there, read, let your mind wander, and later on maybe you can, if you're lucky enough, you can act on it. So I think her comments were very good, and they were all great reasons for our support of the library. Todd Bailey had some good comments about what's taking place here in the county, so I appreciate his comments. I only have one question for him, is who the heck is Jim Clark, and if he's a commissioner or not. But I don't recognize that name. But and then Trista Gomez has some great comments, and I hope to hear more from her later on in public comment about budgets and massive pay raises, which I felt the same way when it was happening, these massive pay raises. And it happened about 3.5 years ago. A lot of this stuff took place, and a lot of it was spearheaded by my predecessor. So I'm not opposed. I'm not happy with that, and I'm opposed to that. And it set the stage for what we are now. If you look in the rearview mirror of what the county's done, it'll tell you what's taking place now. We've got financial problems because people at one point in time thought the county was flush, and they spent money like it was going out of style. And now, the group that are up here now, we're going to have to deal with that. And that's an issue that shouldn't be, but it is. So we're going to have to make difficult decisions because our predecessors didn't make sound financial decisions. So just keep that in mind. I hope the public keeps an eye on what we're doing, and make sure we don't make those kind of mistakes for the people who follow us. So thank you for allowing me to speak, Chair. Madam Chair.
And yes, it was great to go to the opening of Station 37. That's so exciting. And we look forward to many more open station openings, the Apple station hopefully here soon, and then we'll start to work on the South Meadows station when we can find the resources. And it was really wonderful to walk in the Veterans Day Parade with the county staff and elected officials. So I just commend the team that organized that and thank our veterans. And now we will move into item 7, which is our presentations. Manager Thomas.
Thank you. Maurice Page is here. He's the Executive Director of the Nevada Housing Coalition. He will be discussing their objectives and reviewing some data regarding the housing crisis in Nevada.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners, County Manager Thomas. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Maurice Page, for the record, Executive Director for the Nevada Housing Coalition. So I was here, if you're not familiar with the Nevada Housing Coalition, we are a 501c3 membership-based coalition. We act as the voice of affordable housing throughout the state of Nevada. Our core principles or competencies are built around advocacy, education, and collaboration. Earlier this year, I came in front of you and I talked about in my presentation and a little bit about the housing pressures that Washoe County is going through. We also outlined some of our policy priorities going into the session at that time. And so now I am back, finally was able to get on the agenda to be able to bring back some of the successes and continued barriers that we are facing, not only as a county, but as a state as well. And so again, I just appreciate allowing you to have me a few minutes this morning to be able to speak about the ongoings of lack of housing throughout our state. So the graph and I just had a mind fart, excuse me. The slide in front of you represents a study that was made or taken by Nevada Grant Lab in conjunction with the Nevada Housing Coalition. This shows that Nevada consistently receives among the lowest levels of federal grant funding in the nation, despite having some of the highest need. In federal fiscal year 2022, Nevada received $800 less than the national average. This gap significantly limits our ability to fund housing, services, and infrastructure throughout our state. We also rank bottom 20 in 5 of the 10 largest federal funding programs, resulting in fewer dollars in our cities, counties, tribes, and nonprofits. This really just shows the underfunding that is going towards homelessness, our seniors, and veterans throughout the state. Furthermore, just last week, we just got notified that the HUD's new Continuum of Care, NOFO, the Notice of Funding Opportunity, is shifting away from permanent supportive housing projects, which will then place about 170,000 individuals and families nationwide at risk of homelessness. How this applies to Washoe is that in Washoe County, you stand to lose $1.9 million, which will result in about 88 households losing rental assistance and support services. All of those households were previously homeless and now will likely return to homelessness if no alternative funding is provided. So we just got notified of this notice late Thursday. We have already sent out notifications to our coalition members about this, and we are currently looking to meet with each of our COC representatives throughout the state to figure out how we can help avoid or fight and combat this issue that is going on. So again, talking about the need of affordable housing, we know that there's a huge need ongoing. And so with that, again, previously I talked about, when I was here, the numbers and the lack of affordable housing throughout our state. These are updated numbers. These numbers came out roughly at around April of earlier this year. It shows that in our state, 94,000 renters households are extremely low income. So again, that is individuals who are making $30,000 or less. They're severely rent burdened. The shortage statewide is at 77,928. When you reflect what that number consists of for Northern Nevada, that number is roughly at about 16,000 units that we are short. The annual household income is $64,000 just to be able to maintain housing. And as you can see, 86% of extremely low income renters and households are severely cost burdened. That is throughout the state. Let me give you some overall other numbers that have come out through reports that have been taken throughout this last year. Again, Nevada has the fewest affordable homes, 14 affordable units per 100 residents. Nearly 48.1% of renters are excessively cost burdened. We have the second worst rate in the country. 58% of all renters statewide struggle with affordability. Housing is a top concern, a poll taken earlier this year for Nevadans, where 53% of Nevada voters listed as among their top 2 issues. And then more than 70% of Black and Hispanic renters are cost-burdened, showing deep equities overall. So I want to take a look at, again, when we talk about affordability, this graph and slide shows where we stand and where folks are at when it comes to housing. Taking a look at the blue line, which is the annual fair market rent, as you will see, that is where the rents are at. When you look at the industries, hospitality, home health, manufacturing, retail, and construction, you see where they compare in salaries as to how much they can afford as far as housing. So as you can see, when it comes to a studio and 1 bedroom, the prices are roughly the same. You're right at about $39,000. You see that the majority of your industries, hospitality, home health, and manufacturing are right below. So they are struggling in trying to provide housing for themselves or their families, or that they are just severely cost burdened with moving forward. When it goes to 3 and 4 bedrooms, we are severely cost burdened with where they are at. So when we talk about where we are at as far as housing, we know 2 things. Number 1, rents, home ownership, costs are extremely rising over the last few years, and wages have only gone up 2.5% statewide. So that is a burden that we are definitely continuing to watch. We are advocating to hopefully increase the minimum wages and also work with some of our major industries to give back to our communities and to our Nevadans residents so that they are able to afford housing going forward. So when you're talking about overall data and policy, when it comes to affordability and where we are going, what I can say is I've given you a lot of bad news in those first few slides. But what I can say is that policy around housing has been at the top of the mind over this during this last 2025 legislative session. We saw that legislators came to the table with ideas, with solutions, and it was amazing to see how this is really becoming a bipartisan issue. There is no one person in that building that said that we should not care about housing. So let's go through an overview of what happened during the session. And a lot of you already are up to code with this and what is going on, but hopefully for those that are watching or tuning in, I just want to give them a little bit of perspective as well. We had over 1,200 bill draft requests that were submitted. Out of those 1,200 bills, 63 of those bills represented housing bill draft requests. And so that represents 5% of the overall total. Put that in perspective, 63 housing bills in 2025. In 2015, we had 3 housing bills. In 2017, we had 7. In 2019, when we had the most success with housing, we instituted our state tax credits during that time frame for affordable housing. We had roughly about 9 bills. So within that 7-year span of between 2019 and now 2025, we've gone from 9 to 63 housing bills. And that shows that it is on the top of everybody's mind, and it shows that housing is a major issue that we are looking at as a state. So out of those 63 bills, 26 of those bills were able to be signed into law, which represented a 40% success rate, which was huge for us. 518 bills were signed into law overall, and then we had 87 bills that were vetoed. The reason why I bring in the bills that were vetoed overall, I look at that as from a national perspective. As a state, we say, oh my goodness, 87 bills were vetoed. When we look at that number overall and looking at it across the country, we're actually in the middle of the road. We also have to take a look at, again, our growth over this time frame. I'm a resident of Nevada for over 22 years. When I came here, we had a state population of about 800,000 folks. We are now at 3.3 million people. So with that comes more bills, more ideas, and so not every bill is going to get passed, and we have to understand that. And then also just working across the aisle, making sure that the language is correct, and it is affecting all folks at all times. So again, I just want to put that in perspective when we look at that bill and we say it's a huge number. I do see, there is concerns with maybe some bills, but I think overall, when you generally look at that number, it is not as crazy as we would think it is. So when we talk about housing bills outcomes, again, we had a lot of success. We had 9 bills that passed on affordable housing and financing, tenant rights, landlord, tenant law. We had 2 bills, supportive housing 5, rental assistance eviction diversion 1, manufactured mobile home parks 3, tenant anti-discrimination, fair housing 3. We had local government zoning land use 3 that passed, a property tax and abatements 1, and then we had 5 bills overall that were vetoed. So the major wins that we had for this session were the following. Assembly Bill 366, the Nevada Supportive Housing Development Fund. This bill was actually brought to us back in 2023. It was Assembly Bill 310. This was the initiation of supportive housing. At that time, it was a one-time appropriation of $32.2 million. The success of that, and we saw where the money was going towards, and congratulations to Washoe, because you were the major recipients of that money. As I like to quote some folks, but they say it was like all gas, no brakes when putting out the applications and making sure that folks were able to get those support services. And out of the, I believe, 14 applications that were submitted statewide, Washoe in Northern Nevada was able to achieve 11 of those, was awarded 10 of those grants that were submitted. So kudos to the organizations that put out the idea, was strategic in how they went about it, and congratulations to them. So with that being said, we brought that bill back with the assistance of Assemblymember Danielle Monroe Moreno. We asked for a permanent funding source, and now going forward, that money at a minimum of $20 million will be going towards support services yearly moving forward. Currently, right now, the Nevada Housing Division is currently working with Corporation of Supportive Housing to design the framework as to how this money will be utilized moving forward. The second bill was Assembly Bill 62, the transferable tax credits for affordable housing. I mentioned earlier that in 2019 was the first time we actually got the state tax credits approved. We had a mixed bag. This was a success. However, we did ask for an expansion on the tax credits. We was unable to get that awarded. However, some of the things that we were able to get moved forward was the processing, the final applications, and how we can get projects moving at a faster rate. And so with the technical language through that bill, that was a huge win. I will say that we only have state tax credits that will help us fund development through the next year and a half. So by 2027, we will pretty much run out of state tax credits. And so development projects that are currently being reviewed and under development right now may come to a halt if we do not get an expansion on state tax credits in 2027. Assembly Bill 475, Eviction Diversion Program. This bill was pretty much combined with rental assistance. We were able to get allocated $21 million, to which $250 million will go towards Northern Nevada, and $750 will go towards the rural communities. Again, that is over the biennium, so again, that money we'll have to stretch out that money as much as we can. But it's a good start, and it will help some families be able to maintain housing and not be pushed to the streets. And then finally, Assembly Bill 540, which was our biggest win overall for the legislation and for housing as a community, the Nevada Housing Attainable Housing Act, $133 million commitment towards the missing middle. This money will go towards homes, stretching the AMI all the way up to 150%, which is huge for our working class citizens who are unable to acquire home ownership or start their path towards generational wealth building. With this bill, we are looking to have at least 5,000 to 7,000 Nevadans be able to step into home ownership over the next few years, which is a huge win for our state, and start their mission on being able to create generational wealth for their families. This bill will create more starter-type homes, so you're looking at townhomes, condos, duplexes, triplexes, at a lower rate to purchase. So as we all know, again, our starting price for homes, single-family homes, are roughly at about $450 to $460, depending on the month and time that it was captured. The goal of these are to put these home prices within the $300,000 range, which will make it more accessible for folks to acquire home ownership. So with that being said, I wanted to be able to keep time. I know this presentation was really quick and fast, but I wanted to just give an overview and just help you know and understand that as we move forward in our priorities for the coalition is to look at more development opportunities statewide, look at more policy solutions that we could maneuver for the 2027 session, and then also looking at additional revenue sources to help support our builders and hopefully preserve our affordable housing that we have and that will be coming to term over the next couple of years. With that, I also say that the partnership with Washoe County and with all of our jurisdictions is going to be paramount as we try to move forward and decrease the number of units that we need for folks to be able to maintain housing throughout the state. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Page, and thank you for advocating for all of us during the legislative session, and you did get a lot of wins, and I really appreciate your hard work, and we have a lot more work to do, obviously, by your presentation, so I'll open it up to the board for questions and comments. Vice Chair Herman.
I'd like to thank you for all the great information, and thank you for your hard work on this.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Major issue around here.
Yes, it is.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much for another great update. They're not ever great news, but I appreciate the updates. And as I was speaking earlier, housing is such a big pain point in the system for the children, adults, and seniors that we serve. It's at the forefront of every phone call pretty much that I get that our constituents are concerned about. It's our foundational basic needs. And so we can't talk about it enough and keep coming back as this evolves. I got really excited when I heard about the missing middle, particularly is a really exciting part of AB 540 that I think we need to keep pushing for. There's a lot of families that don't want to live in a single family home, that would prefer a townhouse, a condo, a cottage, a duplex, triplex, and making that easier for counties and cities to provide the housing variability. I know here at the county we've been working really hard to take away some of those barriers, promoting ADUs, really looking at the diversification of our housing stock. I think is a great place to stay in that lane. I'm deeply concerned about the announcement of HUD cutting permanent supportive housing, and I think it's on your 8th slide where you have the blue boxes. There's a quote on there that says, affordable housing is not a threat, it's an investment. And when I think about permanent supportive housing, this is geared to addressing our chronically ill. It's our mentally ill, physically disabled, largely senior population, veteran population. And it's arguably cheaper than housing them in hospitals, in our jails, or in homeless shelters. And that box to me says it all. We have to have a paradigm shift in the way that we look at affordable housing. It shouldn't be a bad word. Going back to the different housing types, if you frame affordable housing as, hey, it could be a really cool senior cottage development that is, small in scale, ADA, but it's small square footage. We don't all need to live in 3,000 square foot homes. So I think just really, it's a lot of education, and I know that's a big part of your mission. So thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Andriola.
I just want to thank you for all of your hard work, and I know that you have a great board and who work hard. It's bipartisan, and I think your statement on that is echoed deeply. Obviously, AB 540, the governor's bill, certainly was very helpful. And thanks for all your work in working with the governor's office in terms of looking at how we can address not only, I think a lot of people think it's just Clark County and Washoe County, but I serve on the NACO board, and hearing what the rurals are going through, it's almost hard to believe that you're talking to some of the rural counties. You would almost feel like you're talking to essentially either Clark or Washoe. Right. So it really, the tentacles of housing need go deep across our entire state. I do think it's also important, the ride-along that I've now been on my third ride-along, the tenancy support and really pushing the success of homelessness and over 90% success with Washoe County's HOPE team, and gave me all those stats. I think that is also important, and I'm sure that you're aware of all of that as well. I was just curious how that, if you happen to know how that compares Washoe County's high percentage of over 90% of success, where somebody literally from homelessness is now sustainable on their own without any government assistance, is able to sustain whatever housing that they were able to get, along with the support of many of the issues that are the barriers that homelessness is complex, yes, right? It is. It's very Absolutely. Complex, so there's not one situation. But I was curious how tenancy support, if you're aware of what those percentages are, maybe in Clark County and some of the other areas. I know that the rurals are also looking at how they can implement something like that, because they too, surprisingly, are dealing with some mental illness and drug affliction, and some other behavior issues are borderless when it comes to where somebody lives. So anyway, I was just curious if you had that information.
Yeah, you have seen the growth in Clark County in particular. I'm still waiting on actually numbers from the rural communities to reach out and send those over to me. And their population, their homeless population has grown over the last couple of years, as well as throughout the whole state. But and with Clark County, their numbers right now are looking closer to about 8,900. Their new point-in-time count won't be coming out until January. They had to postpone it because the numbers are just that bad. But directly to your point in regards to percentages, what we can say, it's roughly at about 67% success rate with folks. But again, you have to take in the population and the account of the homeless numbers rising over the last couple of years. That number was closer to the 80s a few years ago when their homeless population was roughly at about 3,000. But as they have seen a tremendous growth, over 60% growth in their population overall, as far as their homeless numbers, the number has dropped down to roughly about 66% success rate with providing permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing services.
Thank you, and thanks again for, this is an important issue, as we already all know, statewide, so thank you for everything that you do, and thanks for working with Cadence as well. I know Absolutely. That you're lockstep with Washoe County when it comes to some of the areas, especially the housing, that directly impact us. It'll be interesting to see what y'all come up with in terms of what that looks like for 2027, but stay tuned, I suppose.
Yes, stay tuned. It will be interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just saw somebody leave the room that is a real hero of mine, and he specializes in entry-level homes and has for a number of years. Peter Listner, I don't know, do you know Peter Listner?
I have not.
He's out in the lobby, just stepped out. But over the years, he's built, I don't know the exact number, but somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,000 entry-level homes up in Sun Valley, and also out in Cold Springs, and he's a specialist in doing this. That's his market niche, is lifestyle homes, and somebody you might want to talk to. And I'm not criticizing any other builders. This is America. These are capitalists. They all want to make money, but Toll Brothers and some of these, big national names. They're here and they're everywhere across the country building high-end properties. To Commissioner Garcia's point, 3,000 square foot is nothing for some of these places, but that's not affordable for the citizens that we deal with here, for the workforce that we deal with here for the most part. So we need to encourage through helpful legislation on our part as county commissioners to make things easier for entry-level builders, figuring out a way to work around the permitting process and the inspection process. Just talking to somebody out in the hallway, if they're going to build 30 of the same kind of houses, exact same floor plan, using the same blueprints, they can maybe just get one of those inspected and have just a quick inspection on the rest to make sure that they're following the guidelines. But there's ways that we as county commissioners can figure out ways to reduce the costs, and that's only about the only thing we can really do is make it easier for builders to get things out of the ground to help your situation and help the public is entry-level housing. And entry-level housing will sooner or later lead to someone building some equity and having some financial stake and pride of ownership and everything else that goes along with owning property. So we support what you're doing, and thanks for the report.
Absolutely, and hopefully he was made aware of the pre-app 4540 that's going towards all of our developers, nonprofits, and for-profits. I know that if the pre-app has been closed, and forgive me, I know it opened on the 31st. I believe it closed on the 5th of November, but there will be a second round early next year. So I will try to find Peter and make sure that he is informed of those.
He's wearing a blue vest and he's got white hair, and I just saw him step out. He's signed up. He's going to do a public comment in a while on something else on the agenda, so he's not left. I can assure you he's right outside the door there.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
I'll send him a message to look for you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
I'm pretty noticeable.
Well, thank you so much again for your advocacy. I know that you don't have anything particular on the special session agenda, except that the tax credits that would potentially go to the film tax will not go to housing, which is kind of what you were insinuating as part of the earlier part of the conversation. So just something to be aware of, and we'll just continue to support your efforts and let us know what we may be missing on a local level that we should be enacting, because we want to make sure we're at the forefront and doing what we can at Washoe County, and we're so appreciative for the support you give to our team. So we'll just continue to move forward with the resources we have and try hard for these really amazing people in our community that deserve a roof over their heads.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Happy holidays as well.
You too. Thank you. Okay, we are now going to go into consent, and just to give folks a little information of where I'd like the agenda to go, we have, I'd like to do, consent, Manager Thomas. So you wanted consent, block, and then to go into item 9, right?
Can we hear consent, then item 9?
And then block?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's possible. Thank you.
Then I will do consent, then we'll go to item 9, then we'll do the block vote, and then we'll go through the rest of the items. So thank you for the clarification on that. Any board members want to pull anything from the consent calendar? I'm not seeing any that do. Okay, great. I'm looking for a motion on consent.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Andrillo. Looking for a second. Vice Chair, thank you very much for your second. And, oh, yes.
Public comment?
Yes, of course. And do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do. We have Tolini Vega signed in.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. Thank you for allowing us to come forward and share some information about our nonprofit organization. My name is Tolini Vega. I'm the president of Born to Ball Basketball Academy. Beside me here is our head director and coach, Joe Vega. Born to Ball Basketball Academy is a nonprofit organization dedicated to serving underserved boys and girls right here in Reno-Sparks community. Our mission is to provide youth athletes not only with elite basketball training, but meaningful opportunities, mentorship, and a pathway toward continued education beyond high school. Right now, Northern Nevada basketball programs do not offer many opportunities for our youth athletes to truly learn competitive basketball, let alone compete at a high level. We fill that gap by offering real development, real competition, and real pathways forward, all while staying affordable for our community. We remove the idea of selection and open the door to any athlete willing to put in the work. In our very first season this March, we're really proud to say that we welcomed over 200 athletes, and that's 200 more kids working hard, learning discipline, confidence, staying actively, and most importantly, staying off the streets. As we continue to grow each season, our priority remains the same, creating a safe environment, supportive environment, where every child feels seen, valued, and inspired to reach their full potential. For many of our kids, Born a Ball is more than just a program, it's a lifeline. It's a family, it's a place where they discover who they can be on and off the court. Something that we are extremely proud is that right now is Born a Ball is entirely ran by community volunteers. Every training session, every game, every minute invested into our youth comes from people who give their time out of pure passion, pure commitment to the community. Our hope is that one day we are able to grow and compensate our incredible staff for their hard work and dedication. This is why we invite others to be a part of our community and our nonprofit organization. When you support us, you're not only donating, you're investing in meaningful change. We have high goals for the future, such as launching a scholarship program, building a safe after-school open space gym, and continuing to expand our reach and serve even more youth in need. These dreams are big, but they're real, and with community support, they are possible. That's why today we are deeply grateful for Commissioner Garcia for her generous support. Your potential contribution isn't just financial, it's a message to our young athletes that they matter, that their dreams matter, and their futures are worth investing in. Thank you for believing in our mission and for making a real impact on their futures and for being a part of the Born a Ball family. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We have a motion and a second on consent. We've taken public comment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that passed unanimously. Oh, it's up on your screen. And that did pass unanimously. We'll now move into item 9. Manager Thomas.
Thank you. Item 9 is a recommendation to authorize the Chair of the Board of County Commissioners to execute a non-binding letter of intent from the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada for the purposes of assisting Washoe County to assure the appropriate use and positioning of surplus land for the overall benefit of the community by developing the land to the highest and best use. And we have Assistant County Manager Dave Solero here.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. For the record, Dave Solero, Assistant County Manager. Commissioners, as you are aware, for a number of years, we have talked about how to best put Washoe County-owned property to the highest and best use. This is a strategic objective of Washoe County, and we have an initiative built around those things that we need as Washoe County, whether they are attainable housing, whether they are our own facilities, whether they're infrastructure. And so in working with the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada, because Washoe County does not necessarily have an economic development arm as county government, we've come up with an idea to let EDON essentially create a nonprofit third party that would work as our convener of all things property related to Washoe County, a way for them to bring us those needs that they see as they are doing their development work, those things that could benefit Washoe County citizens on properties that we own. And so what's before you today is really just a letter of intent to allow Washoe County staff and the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada to work together to determine projects based specifically on different parcels of land that Washoe County owns. An example, we have 12 acres of land up in the North Valleys that, in my mind at least, is pretty ripe for attainable housing. We have been unsuccessful in trying to get someone to come forward and work through that because we don't necessarily have the expertise along with that. We have the land, we have a need, we need someone to help us convene the highest and best use for that property. As Commissioner Clark has mentioned many times, we want to get some of these properties back on the tax rolls to actually work for us. Another example is our Court Street lot. We have struggled for years on trying to come up with the right approach to actually put that property that we own to good use in our community, and at the same time, Washoe County needs an updated courthouse. That is a direction of this board to one of the top infrastructure projects that we have. And so we own multiple properties downtown. We need someone to help us work through the best approach for development of those properties that actually works for our community and so that understands the need of what we have downtown, working with the city of Reno as another example. So I don't have much more than that for you, but we do have Taylor Adams, the president and CEO of EDON here. If Taylor would like to make a few comments, or if you've got any questions on kind of how this might work, we are certainly here, but I'm very excited about moving something forward to really help us get some of these things that we've talked about for a long time into actual action. I think this is a really good way to do that. So.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and congratulations, Manager Thomas. Welcome. And also, I should tell you, we did not plan to wear the same shirt today. That just happened. But no, we're so grateful to be able to potentially have this conversation with the county. Obviously, EDON advocates on behalf of sort of free markets and the private sector, and whenever we're talking about public-private partnerships, highest and best use of real estate, I believe that we do have some tools that would be very valuable in this conversation. I think the biggest things that we might offer here, one, would be a broader conversation with the private sector about how these parcels can be leveraged to deliver your best vision. Secondarily, I think we can go a little faster, and most importantly, we believe that there's great opportunity to allow the private sector to mitigate some of the risk that the county might face in exploring what could happen here. With that, I'm happy to take any questions as well. I'd also like to quickly also recognize with me today is a member of my board, Eric Rowan, who has helped me greatly in structuring with the conversation we've had today, and I'm grateful that he carved out some time to be with us.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I know that this board had this conversation during our strategic planning retreat, and so we're moving forward potentially with this agreement, understanding that this board obviously has the final backstop on any project and can make that final decision, but EDON will potentially support us on some projects that will make sure that we can support our community in a better way. So I'll open it up to the board. Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything? And Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to start off by saying I'm a member of the EDON board, and I don't have any pecuniary interest in this matter. I'll be voting on this item, and proud to serve with you, Taylor. Thank you for your leadership. I am so excited to get some of these underutilized properties that are just sitting in our possession, and we're going to breathe some life into it. And why not bring on the subject matter experts? Why not bring on the people that have their ears to the ground? And so I think this is a really smart, strategic move. Assistant County Manager Solero, can you remind us how many parcels we were presented with? I feel like it's been forever since you stood right there and you told us. Was it in like the 100 realm?
For the record, Dave Solero, there are hundreds of properties.
Hundreds.
However, many of them are tied up with deed restrictions associated with donations to us. There is a disposal list that is actually attachment A to this agreement that kind of outlines some of those that this board has determined already that are surplus to our use. We don't have a specific use. Now that attachment also includes the court lot, so it's a little different. But certainly we're targeting that first grouping of those easy properties, probably a list of, I would say, round numbers, it's 8 to 10.
Okay. I didn't see the attachment, so thank you for pointing that out. Are most of these infill projects potentially? With the exception of the North Valleys, and I see a Lemon Valley.
Even the North Valleys, I think, could be considered infill.
Okay.
It's been built all around. There's one parcel out in Lemon Valley that is a little questionable on whether it's
Great.
infill or not.
So they have existing infrastructure, their services, and things of that nature.
Yes, with the
Okay.
exception of the one out in Lemon Valley.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you. Thank you for literally putting that alignment of having government think outside its own self, right? That is, we should be all clapping right now, because I think the alignment of the private marketplace and the market-driven approach with EDON that goes all over the world, essentially. And thank you for the board chair for attending this important, I think, inaugural opportunity that hopefully we can see in the future, utilizing those needs and having that expand and having EDON know what that looks like and then matching what that looks like. I think that funding opportunity is there, but also having it be market-driven as well. So I really want to thank you, Mr. Adams, for your leadership, for your board, for Commissioner Garcia's leadership in serving on the EDON board. It really is, I think, you've taken EDON to a new place. And so I don't know how long you've been here now, but I don't think you're new any longer, but you've definitely utilized all of your experience and maximized our community for the benefit of all.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And it's 2.5 years. Hard to believe that that it's been that long already. Just, I guess time flies when you're having fun.
Yep. I think it would be helpful if there was an opportunity to come back as projects are identified, but also if there are barriers, because this is a new venture, if you will, and if there are barriers, it would be helpful to understand how we can remove them so that we can see the benefit and move some of these properties. I know that I've had this conversation with Mr. Adams, but don't forget about the BLM disposal land maps. And I know Mr. Solero is laughing too, because I bring it up all the time. I think that we'll be seeing some other resources that I hope will come before the commission that I've been working on for the last 2 years to have again, additional opportunities for addressing a market-driven approach and looking at putting, for the first time, I hope, infrastructure in place before we see some things. So it sounds like these properties have the infrastructure in place, but I don't want to ever. Can I remind you about the BLM disposal land maps that are out there that are $100 an acre? Southern Nevada, I think, has done a great job in really utilizing some of the resources, and so I think this is the beginning of a great opportunity that we'll see for the benefit of all. So thank you so much. Thanks for doing this, and thanks for your vision too, ACM Solero, for having this put together. Oh. Okay, well, we're going to share. We'll share that between Mr. Adams and the ACM. But thank you on a very serious note. Thank you. This is a big deal, so thank you.
And Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to comment on this. I, as the assessor, was after the county to liquidate this surplus property. I don't think the county should be in the property management business, especially since nobody apparently around the county staff has a real estate broker's license or really understands property management and that type of thing. So I've always advocated for getting this off the tax rolls. Sagebrush doesn't pay property tax, okay? Sagebrush doesn't house anybody other than maybe some rodents and some rabbits and maybe some sensitive areas. But for the most part, sagebrush is not on the rolls. If we get some development, we're creating jobs, we're creating housing, we get some infusion of cash into the county, and then it stays on the tax rolls from now until the county is dissolved, which hopefully won't be in the near future. So with that being said, this sounds like the most illogical step that I've ever heard of. Next year, in just a few months, I'll be a real estate broker for 50 years. We need to find some quality, and I'm not suggesting listing these properties with me by any stretch, because I don't do commercial, but we've got some excellent commercial real estate brokers in this county. We should meet with those folks, interview those folks, figure out how much it would cost to put this on the open market, all these properties on the open market, get the highest and best use and the highest dollar amount. This sounds to me like having an auction with only allowing one person at the auction. We need this to be broadcast throughout the universe that we know of, the world, foreign companies, our companies, local companies, national, international companies, with a broker that can actually get top dollar for this. So I'm looking out for the taxpayer. You know, EDON does what EDON does, but unless I'm mistaken, I don't know if anybody there, and who would you list it with? This property needs to be listed, and so what we've got, just one more layer of somebody we've got to pay instead of going to the source. Do you want to buy wholesale, or do we want to buy retail? We want this to be on the open market for everybody to see it, so I'm going to be absolutely against this. And my reasoning is highest and best use, most exposure we can get, have brokers come to us with proposals, value the property for us, let us know what it's worth, and then negotiate with them on their commissions and see if we can get some savings on the commissions, and do this like a business would do it instead of just going out and putting somebody else in charge of the taxpayers' property. This isn't the county's property. This is owned by the taxpayers, not the county. The folks that live in this county all pay taxes. They are the ones who own this. So let's do the best as a fiduciary relationship to our constituents, our taxpayers, our citizens, and get the most money we can get for this stuff and liquidate it. So that's my position. And it's quite different than my other folks up here, because a lot of them, other than Ms. Herman, who is a real estate broker, and I'm a real estate broker, we understand how this works. Sounds good, and you're a great guy, and I'm sure you do a good job at what you do, but this is just putting another layer of somebody in there who's going to get a little bit of pay out of this, and it shouldn't be that way. All this money should go back in the county coffers, and the highest and best use is what I'm advocating for. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark, Taylor Adams for the record, thank you for those comments. And I'd be remiss if I didn't disclose that the process that you just laid out may be exactly what happens. It's important to know, I mean, because here's the thing, I'm not a commercial real estate broker, but it is important to know essentially every commercial real estate broker and real estate developer in the region invests in my organization, and some they're outside of our region. So it is absolutely our intention to ensure that there's a fair and open process that's to be defined with the county that'll come back to this body for consideration. But I do thank you for the comment, and we agree highest and best use and as much private sector input as possible is critical to the success.
And I'd like to be on a committee here at the county to search out and find the best deal for the taxpayers. Yes. And I'm an subject matter expert at this. 49 years as a real estate broker, 40 plus years as a mortgage broker, 40 plus years as a property manager. I talk the talk. I know how to get the best deal. Ask the county manager. I just helped them just not too long ago with a lease that'll be coming up, that we were able to get some favorable terms that the county had never approached it that way before. So I think that it's a great idea to liquidate the property, but we don't need another layer of whatever, because then you're going to do what we should have been doing, is interviewing subject matter experts licensed in the state of Nevada to conduct business in the state of Nevada, and rely on their expertise and their fiduciary relationship to the county. So
yes, thank you.
That's where I'm coming from.
Thank you.
It looks like, Mr. Adams, that Eric, do you want to say anything? I don't know if you wanted to say anything. You had come down.
Okay. Since you asked, I'd be happy to talk. What I would say is that the goal of the arrangement that we're talking about here is to discern not only what the highest and best use is, but also what the highest return for the county is, not just necessarily in terms of dollars. And I don't mean that we're not going to bring in a lot of money to the county. The goal is to do that. But the goal is also to accomplish the county's goals. In other words, I've just been listening for the last 2 hours about how we don't have housing that's workforce affordable. Well, guess what? With this program, we can make it possible for a developer who is a for-profit developer to use this property and build that kind of product that you need to see and that the community needs so desperately. It really is a desperate need, as we all know, especially with all the amazing work that Taylor's doing in terms of bringing in higher and much more sustainable, higher paying and much more sustainable jobs. You need to have people feel that they can afford something that they can live in order to work at those companies and do those jobs. So the goal here is to, and by the way, the manner in which a lot of these are structured, and I have an incredible background and history with this kind of product, which is why Taylor and I have been working so long and hard on trying to make this happen. At the end of the day, what you're really trying to accomplish is getting the community the things it needs, and at the same time, generating not just the revenue from that particular property, but the halo effect that comes from putting in something that is substantial, and then all of the things that are built and get utilized and operate as a result. Remember, you do want to get taxes out of the particular parcel that you have, this big. But when you then figure out, okay, now I'm going to put in 300 housing units right here. Well, what does that housing unit need? Well, those properties next door that are not so great and kind of need to be redone, you're going to have real marketplace developers buy those properties to house little shopping center, to house dry cleaners, all these different ancillary facilities and properties that need to be there in order to support what you've built and what you've accomplished for the community. And that generates massive amounts of additional tax revenue, and it also generates sales tax revenue, and it generates a lot of things that the county is in need of. So this is really a huge win-win for the county. Again, it's a 501c9 that would end up, or C6 that would end up owning or being responsible for this property. You would have the final say, of course, on whatever gets done. And one of the things I think that Commissioner Clark might think about is that you don't necessarily need to divest to do this. That property can be leased on ground leases for 50, 60 years, and that will support the financing that's necessary in order to build the project. So there's a lot, and the revenue from the lease will come into the county. So in other words, there's a lot of opportunity here that doesn't necessarily require the liquidation, and frankly, we all know that liquidating vacant land or underused land or dilapidated land is not necessarily going to get you as much money as once that property is all built out and done up, and then you get your revenues start to really churn. So I'm just here to support the project, and all I can do is tell you that these two guys who have done just amazing work to try and put this together should be supported by the commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we have...
I've signed in again.
Okay.
So I appreciate your comments, sir, but I'm a salesperson. I'm listening to every word you say. You didn't particularly listen to what I had to say. I don't want a middleman in there. I'm the kind of guy who doesn't put 3 stamps on an envelope when I only need 1. We don't need a middleman doing this for us. There's been talk, and not with you, sir, about you, but in the past, EDON, certain real estate brokers got all the presidents of these companies that came in. Some certain people who preceded you played favoritism, and I don't want that. I want this to be on the open market and let each and every commercial real estate broker in this state, particularly the county, but in the state, so we get the highest and best use. And leasing the property out, that's 180 degrees from where I'm coming from. We need to sell this, get the cash infusion. We've got folks sitting in the audience who want extra money for the library. So do we give the extra money that we might make from this to the folks at the library, or do we give it to EDON? EDON seems to be doing good. The library seems to be struggling. We have folks in the audience. Every person in this audience from every department and every citizen is looking for extra money from us. Should we give it to them or should we give it to you? Let's hire some subject matter experts, make them a bid on this like any other contract we should do here at the county, and let it be on the open market, and let's get the best for the taxpayer, because I think that you want what's best for the taxpayer. I know you do, because you do a good job at what you're doing, but I think you're kind of getting out of your lane on this. We need subject matter experts, highest and best use of the money, and find somebody who really knows how to market a property and get it sold, and get the money into our coffers, and then get it on the tax rolls. And that's just where I'm coming from. This is an extra layer of somebody else is getting paid. This is like one more middleman here. Let's cut out the middleman. Let's go right to the broker, figure out what they're going to do, and then let's grind them on their price too. You know, I'm not just grinding you. I'm going to grind the real estate broker. Will you do it for this instead of that? What if you get two pieces of property? Can we get a discount? I mean, negotiation is what it's all about. And this county has buying power, and this county has leverage, and it hasn't been using that in the past. We've got other contracts for janitorial, and we've got contracts for this, that, and the next thing, and it seems like they go out to one bid only. We've got only one supplier of food to the seniors here. You know, this same company did a crappy job, in my opinion, got a renewal on this stuff. So, you know, we didn't get what's best for the folks. And I want what's best for the folks, and one bid is not best for the folks. It's like holding an auction with only one person there. It just doesn't make sense. We want to get the best we can get for the public. Thank you.
All right.
For the record, Taylor Adams, Commissioner, thank you for that feedback.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do. Todd Bailey.
Okay, I read through all the documents that were available to the public on this, and I didn't see anywhere where the county was going to be paid for the real estate. Am I mistaken about that? Is there going to be a financial transaction to the taxpayers from EDON from these parcels? Because I didn't see that anywhere in this agreement. What I saw was that EDON was going to get this surplus taxpayer property at no cost with complete discretion to do whatever they want. Now, if I'm wrong about that, anybody, people from EDON, somebody here at the county commission table, please straighten me out about that. Because if this means that the county gets no revenue from the sale, then I can't support that. Thank you.
Those statements are inaccurate. The county will hold on to the property. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Okay, Madam Clerk?
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments from the board on this item? I'm not seeing any. I am looking for a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I move to approve as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Looking for a second.
I'm going to second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. We have a motion and a second. We've taken public comment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. It's on your screen. And the motion passes 3-2 with Vice Chair Herman and Commissioner Clark voting no. We are now going to move into block. If Vice Chair Herman could please help us with the block vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I'd like to remove item 10 from that list because it kind of goes together with
11?
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So the balance of it, which would be in the form of a motion, would put 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 in the block.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for a second on the block vote.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Madam Clerk, any public comment on those items?
There is. Let me poke through the items. Let's see. Item 13. Trista Gomez is up, and Todd Bailey is up for item 14.
Oh, I so wish everybody would have stayed. That's okay. Trista Gomez for the record. So these are what I started off with, and I added some notes. And it was interesting that the gentleman who did the housing sector showed the incomes of the private sector. And I'm going to also say that a lot of those workers in the private sector are in District 3. And so these inequities are massive when you're comparing the salaries of that slide from the housing to these salaries that, as I said before, I don't know these jobs. I could easily go and be an office manager somewhere. I couldn't get paid even the amount of an admin secretary at the county. So the salaries are 78% of the inflated budget. What is interesting is that law enforcement was funded what I think, they were funded last, and I think they should have been considered first. Public safety should be our primary concern. And to the best of my knowledge, they were not our primary concern, and after all of these budgets and salaries were approved, and I could be wrong, but that's my understanding, then law enforcement got a raise. The budget in 2019, but versus the budget now, it was about 40%. And when we got a bunch of ARPA money, and we knew, because we had a master plan, we knew that we were going to be developing. We knew we needed housing. Instead of using ARPA money for housing or development or infrastructure or things that folks needed so that they could live here comfortably and that would benefit 98% of the population here, we put that money into, a lot of the money went into CARES. And so that's what we did with ARPA money, and so we benefited a very small percentage of people when we knew we would have these infrastructure issues. So now, what do these raises prevent? The raises prevent libraries. You guys, we've had these libraries discussions. There's not enough money for libraries, infrastructure, maintenance, and other items that the large majority, 90% of people, benefit from. A couple people benefit from them. County workers certainly benefit from these raises, but the majority of people who don't have access to these salaries, these PERS packages, or these benefits do not benefit from this money. It's hurting people. And then, right, Ms. Thomas has been lovely to me. She's, provided me a lot of opportunity. These salaries are unsustainable, and if we keep going this way, it's going to further hurt other programs that benefit the rest, the huge majority of the rest of the population.
Todd Bailey, followed by Penny Brock.
Okay, good. I got in the right spot. Actually, it was accurate. Nobody dismissed what I said. So, listen, transparency is the new goal of the Washoe County Commission. But is it complete transparency? Is it total transparency? Now, the county manager's contract is full of unknowns to taxpayers. There's no way to predict or financially forecast the obligations in this contract. The unknowns include annual cost of living increases, longevity pay, holiday pay, PERS, healthcare, life insurance, and an unlimited infinite bonus and merit pay increase provision. Now, we fully approve of the contract. We do. We approve of your contract. We just need to understand every detail of the cost. That's not unreasonable. This is how we are funding our own management, okay? We're using your contract as a guide. You're the right person for the job. I firmly believe that. Out of all the candidates that applied, and I very much appreciate the personal way you approached me at that public meeting. Thank you. It was great. We had a good conversation. And so I look forward to working with you. The county commission, Washoe County Commission, has had more tax money to spend than any other county commission in Washoe County's history, over 150 years. That is why we can offer you such a generous contract. We need adults to work for the county to accomplish what the county commission requires. And adults are expensive. We want to know exactly how expensive it is each month. Total transparency. So we're just going to make a public information request each month for you to fill out these unknowns. And I don't think that's unreasonable. I simply want to know how much this actually costs me. Thank you very much. Again, congratulations. You are the right person for the job, and good luck. Next 12 months is going to be very challenging.
Penny Brock, followed by Darla Lee.
Penny Brock, for the record, I'm addressing item number 14. Ms. Thomas came on board as intern county manager in July and received a substantial raise then of $333,000. I don't understand why now she's going to get another raise. There were complaints in what was presented that, well, she's still below what Eric Brown was making. Well, Eric Brown did not start out at over $300,000 5 years ago. He worked his way up the ladder, and with that, he brought experience and knowledge to merit the raises. Ms. Thomas has only been on the job since July. What merits this another huge raise for her right now? We as taxpayers cannot afford this. You have a budget of $1.2 billion, and yet last year you ended up $25 million in the red. It looks like, according to number 18 on the agenda, we're headed for another deficit for this fiscal year. What's interesting, when you compare the county manager of Clark County, Clark County has 2.3 million residents and 43 million tourists annually. Washoe County has 500,000. I have no information on the number of tourists, but nowhere does it match Clark County. Clark County manager is making $297,000. Prior to his going to Clark County, he was an assistant county manager for Washoe County. So this gentleman, Kevin Schiller, has a lot of experience to merit his $297,000. Why is Kate Thomas wanting this another huge budget, another huge increase, when she doesn't have the experience? We don't have the population to merit. I think it should be based on a comparison with Clark County. I don't think that's too much for we, the taxpayers, to ask for comparable salaries for comparable population and experience. So I would ask that you vote no at this time for her to be given another raise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darla Lee.
Good afternoon, Darla Lee for the record. I can only echo the last three speakers and their concerns, because those are my concerns also. And I'm not going to belabor, because I think enough information has been given that this should not be voted into. So I keep thinking, though, that it somewhat compares to the school systems really across the nation, but I would say particularly here in Washoe, where we have administration getting the bulk of the money that is going into the school budget, as opposed to the teachers, et cetera. And if we have the same thing happening here, where we have the top administrators making this kind of excessive salary, then there is something definitely wrong, and it needs to be addressed. So please vote no on this item, whatever item it is, 14. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in for these block items.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we have a motion and a second on block. Any other comments from the board? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it's on your screen. Thank you. Great, that motion passes unanimously. We are now going to move into item 10. We'll open 10 and 11 together since they're similar items. And Manager Thomas.
Sure. Great. So item number 10 is a recommendation to elect to use ballots, including mail ballots and return envelopes purchased by the state as authorized by state law for the 2026 primary and general election cycle. The state contract was awarded to ProVote Solutions as the statewide vendor, and if the county elects to use the ballots obtained by the state vendor will provide Washoe County with all ballots, including without limitation mail ballots, return envelopes, secrecy sleeves, iVote stickers, and voter instruction materials. If approved, this item authorizes the Registrar of Voters to provide written notice to the Secretary of Washoe County, to the Secretary of State of Washoe County's intent to use ballots purchased by the state as required by state law.
Thank you.
We've got Registrar of Voters Andrew McDonald here if there are questions, or do you want to also do me to read number 11 and then you can
That would be
take them
great
both?
if we
Okay.
could just take them both together.
Great. This one's a little longer, so bear with me, please. The item number 11 is not a companion piece, but along the same lines with the Registrar of Voters Office, which is a recommendation to approve the transition from voter-verified paper audit trail, or VVPAT-equipped Dominion voting systems, which is now Liberty Vote, voting machines to ICX ballot marking devices, which are called BMDs, with vote center-based ballot scanning in an amount not to exceed $1,764,619.70 to be funded through the Capital Improvement Fund, or CIP, and the project number is listed there. It also authorizes the purchase and contracts manager to make the necessary purchases, and the additional information is on your agenda.
Thank you so much. So I look to Vice Chair, do you have any questions before we take public comment on these items?
No questions.
Okay. And Commissioner Andrilla and Commissioner Clark, any questions before we take public comment? All right. Madam Clerk, if we could do public comment, thank you.
Okay, I'll start with item 10. We have several of the same commenters
Okay.
for both items.
Thank
Do
you.
they get 2 opportunities or just 1?
I think we'll just do one opportunity for these. Thank you.
So first up, we have Penny Brock, followed by Maureen Kunha.
Penny Brock for the record. Just to make clear, I assume that I get 3 minutes for item 10 and another 3 minutes for item 11 since they weren't blocked. Item 10 deals with the Secretary of State wanting you to join in with ProVote for printing our election materials for 2024. ProVote is out of California. In 2023, it came before the county commissioners to approve printing of our materials with ProVote. At that time, Commissioner Herman, Andriola, and Mike Clark voted against it because they wanted it to be done locally, or at least by a Nevada printer. So ProVote was voted down. I would ask again that you vote this down, because it should be the decision of locally, not of the Secretary of State, who wants to take over everything pertaining to elections. We do not want state control of our elections. We want local control. And that's our constitutional way, is local control of our government, of our government too, but also our elections. So another problem is he's telling you that, well, it'll be cheaper. Well, there's an NRS provision, 293-200, that the state reimburses already for certain election materials. So I don't know, I didn't have a chance to compare, but I don't feel that that's a valid reason to go with his plan. Let's see what else. When the county can spend $88 million for the homeless, 1,800 homeless, you can certainly spend money to print our election materials locally, if not, and at least in Nevada. The state printing office in Carson will do the printing. The other problem with this is who's going to be the mail house on this? It's not mentioned. So that's another concern for voters, is we don't know who's going to be the mail house. If pro vote, if you approve this and it goes to California, that means our personal information will be going over to California. The Secretary of State is under investigation by the Department of Justice. He does not want our voting information to go to the Department of Justice. Why would he want it to go over to California to pro vote? That logic just does not follow. So I would ask you to please vote no and to have this brought back. Also, it should, per Nevada NRS, contracts are to go out to bid.
Maureen Kuhnha, followed by Janet Butcher. Okay, Maureen's not in the chambers anymore. Janet Butcher, followed by Darla Lee.
Janet Butcher for the record. I will concur with what Penny Brock has just said. And I want to say I appreciate the fact that we have an example out there and we can go out and take a look at it. But is this kind of like the Affordable Care Act, like Nancy Pelosi saying, you have to vote for it and then you can find out what's in it? I think we should have had this displayed to us ahead of time. Why not last meeting? You guys were done at noon your last meeting in 10:28. Or why wasn't this tabled until the next meeting so that people would have a chance to take a look at it? We have no idea. I assume that maybe the commissioners have looked at it. I have no idea. There hasn't been any comment about it. So I think it's very interesting. I totally have concerns about the machines. I've said it before. I'm a programmer. I know how you can program. I know how you can hide code. I know how you can make code eat itself. So I'm totally 100% against any machine, and I think hand counts are the way to go. It can be done, and we proved it last year at our caucus. Thank you.
Darla Lee, followed by Alan Munson.
Darla Lee for the record. Again, I would echo the last two speakers' comments. I don't understand why we can't do things locally here, give people in Nevada the chance to do things. Why would we want to go and have all this done in California? We don't want to be like California. So, and just as far as taking away the local control, even in part, for the supposed sake of saving money or having more of a centralized, it's just, the decentralization is what we need, not more government control from top down. So I don't know, I've been a poll worker for several years since we moved here, and the differences in the election and how it's run has been of great concern. So I don't know, I haven't had a chance to look at the replacement or the new provisions for the the election, but I too would have liked to have had more time to consider it, to see what it's about before having a vote. Thank you.
Alan Munson, followed by George Lee.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to reiterate what the previous 2 or 3 speakers said, is I don't have a lot new information but to say, but I just concur with what they say, and that, you know, I'm concerned that we need to be able to have our voting here. We've got a lot of issues about how voting is counted, but I just hope that you do hear what us citizens say, and I'm just another citizen telling you, you know, keep it here in Washoe County. I think Penny Brock mentioned that the financial differential is pretty close, so we're not, you know, losing or spending more money. So that's really all I got to say. I just hope that you hear another citizen from Washoe County speaking, that keep our election ballot development here and not giving it to the state, and then, you know, the state secretary of state. And then I understand that it's being done by a company in California. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you. George Lee. While Mr. Lee approaches, I do have emails to place on the record for items 10 and 11.
Great.
George Lee for the record. This is 1011. You're about to commit, if you're signing a contract with these Liberty Vote for equipment, for computers, and for a software system, you are corrupt. You are doing something you would never do. Anyone who deals with property or ownership never, ever would do it sight unseen. You're depending on a temporary output of the product. The product is a counted vote. And the point is that at any moment of the time and day, you can program the machine at 11:39 to change the programming and do whatever they want. You're dealing with a closed proprietary software that never, ever, ever should be bought by public entities. You never should sign anything that locks you in to somebody hiding something from you. You don't sell property, or I should say, you don't buy property or sell it without analyzing it and seeing that it's what's purported, to seeing that it's what you actually are getting. The problem with this software package and this hardware package is you're not allowed to see. It's a secret. How can you buy or sell property and blindfolded? That's one of the things that County Commissioner Clark was talking about when he was having them talk about the process for what should be, what do you call it when you, property is eliminated, or what it's not eliminated, it's when you sell property and you get it off your books. That's the difference between getting it and turning it over to a program, to a, we have the Wild Creek Golf Course, which for 15 years, people worked diligently in this board. Not you people particularly, but in this board to destroy that golf course. They said, well, we're going to put a $250 million high school there. Of course, they didn't know it was going to be $250 million until they didn't listen to all of the people who told them how much it was going to cost.
Thank you.
Kit Waite.
Hello again. I just wanted to say it is clear from being at this meeting that you don't listen to what the public commenters have to say majority of the time, but I really do hope that you listen with this issue. There is a lot of constituents concerned with this particular agenda item, and I really stress that you would table it for a different time to give us more information. As taxpayers, we deserve the right to know how our elections are going to be taking place next year, and this is part of our freedom of speech, freedom to show who we want to vote for by voting in a new machine that we have concerns about and don't know 100% of what it entails. That's not fair, and we need to know, and it's your responsibility as elected officials to listen to what we have to say and be the representatives for our voices. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was public comment for item 10. Item 11 has some of the same commenters, but they need to be heard separately. So first up we have for item 11, Penny Brock, followed by Tracy Thomas. I'll distribute Ms. Brock's documents.
Penny Brock for the record. This is very serious. What's trying to be done here today about this Liberty Vote contract. Here's their webpage. There are no tabs at the top. We don't know what we're getting with libertyvote.com. Secondly, according to contract law, NRS, when a contract expires, which the Dominion contract has expired, it has to go out to bid. It has to have the solicitation. This has not been done. This is very serious. This is a violation of NRS. That should concern you. So the county manager and the manager of the elections department, it's their job to do the solicitation. If they wonder what other companies are out there, in the handout you will see that in Washington State, where each county gets to choose their own, there's a variety of where RFPs can be sent to. So I would encourage that this be done. The second thing is Boulder, Colorado, their county clerk who oversees their elections, she sent out a letter to all the voters telling them about this new Liberty Vote. And in her letter, she said that they had met with Liberty Vote CEO. My question is, did the CEO talk to or meet with our county manager who oversees the elections department and our ROV? This is what I'm seeing. There's no transparency here. Elections are one of the most important things that you as county commissioners oversee, and you should be concerned also. The sale of Dominion to Liberty was announced the first part of October, and yet you will see in the attachments for the contract that it's predated August 26th of Washoe County with Liberty Vote. How can that be done when Liberty Vote had not even bought Dominion? This is very strange. This does not seem right. So some articles, what does the sale of Dominion voting machine mean? For now, not much. Then we've got from NPR, who's known, they're not exactly right-wing, but even they're concerned. They say, does the sale of Dominion voting machines mean a transformation? It depends on who you're asking. Thank you.
Tracy Thomas, followed by Trista Gomez.
Second Timothy 4:3 teaches us the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine. and they will turn their ears away from the truth. If you had any institutional knowledge with the registrar's office, you would know that in 2018, Washoe County used all new poll books wherein voters signed a tablet to vote in person. Along with many other wrenches this threw into the works, all new signatures were added to the voter database. Understandably, digital signatures are quite different than a signature on a piece of paper. Nevada's legislature mandated same-day registrations in 2019, to which the new vendor could not or would not accommodate. Consequently, all that new equipment and the taxpayer money spent on it was wasted as we were forced to revert back to the legacy system from 2016. A very costly lesson in why Washoe County should not bind itself into costly contracts that cannot guarantee prudent use of taxpayer funds in future years. While I am in favor of the first motion on this item, to purchase ballot marking devices, as it leads to paper ballots and away from the digital ballots, and has been something Carson City's been using for years, I do not support the second motion, which hamstrings taxpayers for the next 3 election cycles, 6 years. We have no guarantee this nearly $2 million investment in equipment is going to meet the needs of voters and changes to election laws. It is not sound nor reasonable to incur 3% increases in charges during the years equipment isn't even being used for an additional $3 million. Where's the option to wait and see how we do with the new trial equipment next year? We are dealing with a new owner after all. Why are preventative maintenance visits occurring during election years instead of the off year when it is less hectic and less compromising to an election? Can the $25,000 EMS server be provided in-house by our own tech services team? And $68,000 for shipping. Where are they coming from? Overseas? What is the estimated return on the sale of the VVPAT devices and the current Dominion machines? Why are we paying $8,000 for annual fees on equipment we did not possess in September or now? Why the different rates for the same G2 2140 listed multiple times? Do these ballots provide the option for parallel hand counts? Does the scanning device provide a receipt to the voter with a unique number they can retrieve a digital image of their ballot online? Are the scanners directly connected to the internet? Or are the images loaded onto thumb drives that are transported to the registrar's office? Finally, other than eliminating QR codes, what is the registrar doing to address the issues of the March 25th executive order?
Thank you.
Trista Gomez appears to have left. Janet Butcher's up next, followed by Jennifer Willett.
Janet Butcher for the record. I really was a little confused since you globbed 10 and 11 together, but mostly I spoke before about 11. I'm confused. Anyway, 11, I guess. But George Lee brought up something that really hit me because I've audited software before. I've audited software for banks. Do they have a good audit log of any programming changes that they make? How do we get to see what happens? I thought that George really brought forth some pretty good things. Would you personally sign a contract and do that for yourself personally without being able to know what's underneath the covers? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Willett, followed by Darla Lee.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Willett, and I'm the Senior Campaign Manager at All Voting is Local Action Nevada, an organization that advocates for policies and legislative priorities that expand voter access. We are in support of item 11. Ballot marking devices strengthen our voting system by combining accessibility, accuracy, and voter confidence. By continuing to use voting machines to mark ballots, we allow voters to use English or Spanish versions of the ballots, supporting language access here in Washoe. Additionally, voting machines also support voters with disabilities through providing features such as adjustable text size, audio output, and other assistive technologies, assuring that every voter can cast their vote independently and privately. In this process, once the voter has made their selections, the machine prints a paper ballot that the voter can review and verify before casting. This process helps voters feel confident and comfortable with their choices. Ballot marking devices are not new. They have been used throughout the state for several years. We believe this hybrid voting system, which combines technology and paper, strikes the right balance between voter confidence, efficiency, and accessibility. Please support funding the ballot marking devices.
Thank you.
Darla Lee, followed by Kathy Wilson-Sietzma. Darla Lee looks like she left. Kathy Wilson-Sietzma. Sorry about your last name. You'll have to pronounce it for me.
It's actually Kathy Wilson-Sietzma. I keep Wilson because it's much easier to pronounce. I'm a resident of Washoe County. Commissioners, I approach you today in support of Agenda Item 11 and would like you to take Commissioner Clark's comments on Item 9 to task, that subject matter experts should be sought and the Board of County Commissioners should rely on their expertise. And that is a direct quote. Digital election management is a fact of life and keeps pace with digital life today. If the hardware can both alleviate tampering fear and record mail-in ballots as they become available to reduce the counting time in which perceptions grow, rumors circulate, and by the way, my former position was Washoe County Public Information Officer from 1995 to 1998, when the first scrutiny of the Recorder's Office and several acts that caused the Secretary of State to come in and take over the election, I'm aware. The other issue I'd like to address is that the Board of County Commissioner, while listening to the public, understands that it's the expertise of staff and other experts in fields that they listen to. And the public would do well to understand, if they want to be listened to seriously, that they hire the experts themselves and speak before you. I encourage you to, again, listen to what Commissioner Clark said, and that is to rely on the expertise of the people that are presenting to you today about the equipment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Munson, followed by Kit Waite.
You know who I am. And I don't really have much more to add what I've already said, which is I would encourage you not to vote for this. And, I heard the word expertise. It doesn't take a lot of expertise to count votes when you have a nonpartisan group watching each other and versus a machine that you have no ability to look at, and it's all being done internally, where if you have both groups or whatever counting the votes, you can have a lot more confidence in it. And I think we do have a concern about how our voting is being handled here. So I would encourage you to, not to support this. So anyways, thank you for letting me speak, and thank you.
Thank you.
Last up, we have Kit Waite, and I believe that captures everybody for these two items.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, there was a little confusion on the public comment for me with this issue, so I spoke pretty much everything I wanted to say last time. But I, being an old soul, just see this as a little more complicating things than it needs to be. It seems like hand counting ballots has had much less issues in the past than what these machines are bringing to the table and what they have brought to the table last year. So yeah, I just think that this is adding a lot more confusion and problems to our elections, and would encourage you to at least wait to vote on this item for a later time with more information. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you,
That's
Madam
everybody.
Clerk. I appreciate it. All right, we'll go back to item 10, and I wanted to see if there's any board comments or questions on item 10 before we take a motion after we've taken public comment. I'm looking to, yes, Commissioner Andriola.
I realize that 10, 11, to a certain extent, are the same high-level category, but we have Mr. McDonald, and I'm wondering if he could at least give a summary. I realize that we have our staff report, and thank you, but if you could just give a summary and also talk about the process that you went through with that and the evaluation, and then the full transparency of that as well.
Thank you, Commissioners. Andrew McDonald for the record. We'll start with the state ballot printer, if you don't mind. So in 2021, AB 321 enacted an all-mail ballot for Nevada, the state of Nevada. In 2021, AB 126 created the PPP for the presidential preference primary to be held every 4 years, increasing costs to the county to print those ballots. In 2023, NRS 293-26991 also was enacted that told the county to prepare and mail every single active registered voter a ballot. Therefore, costs have increased to the county during these timeframes. What we're simply asking for is for you to make a choice. If you would like us to leverage the pro-vote contract that the Secretary of State has put in front of all counties in Nevada, it's an option to utilize that. And to much of what folks have said, keep it in Nevada, our current print vendor for mail ballots is not in Nevada. It is in Arizona, based out of Phoenix, and it's with Runbeck Print Services. So I think folks may have gotten confused with the sample ballot booklet. That also is printed out of Southern Nevada through Taylor Printing Services. But our ballots have always been printed, not always, but have been printed recently from Arizona and trucked up here. I also want to mention that the trucking of those ballots come to Reno Post Office off Vassar. So there is no going to California, there is no going to Sacramento to bring ballots here. They come, they truck here, and Vassar Post Office delivers those ballots directly to your post office or your residence. So I just want to make sure that's very, very clear. In regards to the print vendor, we would be saving the county money, and right now, as many of the public has spoke, the county has some tight times. Roughly $200,000 and above per election to have the Secretary of State print vendor, not the Secretary of State themselves, but the print vendor print our ballots. We control and retain full control of our ballot formatting, our I voted sticker, our secrecy sleeve. All the information is given to that print vendor, not through the state, but through us to that print vendor directly. We retain all control. So what we're asking for is for you to make the decision. If you'd love to like to save the county money, that's where I'm coming from right now. If you want to stay the course, we would stay with Runbeck Print Services, and they're a great partner, a great vendor, but to the tune of about $250,000 and above to print our ballots for us every single election.
Commissioner Andriola, do you have any follow-up?
I've had some folks reach out, who's always wonderful when people reach out prior to a meeting so they can get all the information. And I would just like to ask a question that has come my way, specifically about having that printed locally, because I did a lot of research on the local, and I'm wondering why, if you could maybe share why we can't, well, I shouldn't say why we can't. what are the barriers that prevent us from actually printing everything locally?
Well, let me just say that the Secretary of State went out for an RFP very recently, and there, as far as I know, there was no Nevada company or print vendor that actually applied for that RFP. So that is a barrier. If there is no one to print the ballots, then we have to go out. So kind of that's where we're at. There happens to be a sample ballot printer in southern Nevada, but not a ballot printer. There was a comment made earlier about the Secretary of State printing at their facility, and they, if they wanted to do that, they would have offered that, and they did not offer that. And I know they can print sample ballot booklets there, but not ballots.
And I would say that the state printing office has really evolved to even not doing everything that it had done in the past and farming it out in terms of going to other vendors. So thanks for the clarification, because there are guidelines that are legal guidelines, both at a federal level and a statutory level, that have these requirements for printing. And so if a printer doesn't have that capacity, and I can tell you firsthand in talking to many printers quite some time ago, well, recently in the last few years, the capacity isn't here in terms of northern Nevada. I'm not talking about the printer that's in southern Nevada, but if it were to be even locally here, they would have to actually look for a vendor, so they would be subcontracting to a certain extent, which is not part of that eligibility piece. So I just really thought it was important to put that on the record as well. And so, Madam Chair, if there aren't any other questions, I would like to have a request. Mr. McDonald talk about item 11, if there isn't anything else that anybody else wants on item 10.
Sure, and we can vote on item 10 and then we'll go to item 11. Sorry to confuse the matter. I apologize. And Commissioner Clark, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple of questions. I brought it up on a regular basis the last go-around with mail-out ballots. So we had some 43,000 returned or 34,000. I can't remember the exact number, but and I asked the county manager about this the other day. Tell us about that, the number and as far as cleaning up the voter rolls and making sure, we're talking about cost savings. I'm sure it costs probably several dollars each. Maybe you'll give us exact number for mailing out ballots, printing, the mail, the postage, the return and the sorting of the return, and lots of money involved in that. So just for a cost saving, just for fiscal responsibility, it makes sense to have, mailing addresses that are actually to the person that's supposed to vote, instead of sending it out and getting it returned. So can you give us a little bit about that, and then I'll have a couple of other questions for you.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Clark. So since you voted me in, approved me to, appointed me to this position, I just want to say since February of this last year, we have done list maintenance quite extensively, bulk list maintenance. We do the daily list maintenance, but we have inactivated off our voter rolls 44,200 voters. That is a large number on a county this size. We have also performed 25,000 cancellations. So you move from inactive to canceled on the voter roll. So that's over 70, give or take around 70,000 bulk inactivation since February, and there's more to come. So going back to your original question, it's about $3.60 to 80 cents a ballot to mail it out. The benefit of moving in this direction is the state is going to pay for the postage of mailing out those ballots and the return of any returned ballots. So they are working with the post office to set up accounts. Just as of today, we asked that question. So that would not be a cost bared or borne by the county. That doesn't make it any better to just send ballots out. That's why we're doing active bulk list maintenance and taking it very seriously, sir.
Good. Thank you for the answer and good information. And the public really needs to hear that as well, because that was a big concern of a lot of constituents, a lot of citizens of the county. So I'm glad you were able to clarify that. I've got some information that Dominion was sold to Liberty Vote. Scott Liedendacker, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his last name correctly, the CEO of Liberty is a former.
We'll go over item 11.
Sure.
Sorry, do you want, we're on
Okay,
10
I'll
right
wait
now
and
for
then
the,
do 10.
yeah.
So thank you for the answer. I've got some other questions for you. It'll come up on item 11.
Thank
I guess.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, Vice Chair? No? Okay, then, and we've taken public comment on item 10. Any other questions over on this side? I'm not seeing any. I am happy to make a motion. I move to elect to use the ballots, including mail ballots and return envelopes purchased by the state as authorized by NRS as listed in the staff report. Looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. We have a motion and a second on item 10. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it's up on your screen. And that motion passes 4-1. Commissioner Clark voted in the negative on that one, or voted no. We'll now move into item 11, and we're back with our registrar. And Commissioner Clark, you had started saying that you had some questions on item 11, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The information that I have is Dominion was sold to Liberty Vote. Scott Liedendacker, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing his name correctly, the CEO of Liberty is a former GOP operative. He was former election director somewhere in Missouri. Scott is sort of a ghost online, no credible LinkedIn information and not much other information. Have we looked at other options? And then further, he was the GOP elections director in St. Louis, Missouri, and he owns another company, another tech company called No Wink. Do you know, familiar with that company?
Yes, sir. This is Andrew McDonald for the record, the registrar. No Wink is actually the top-down voting system here in Washoe County that the state provided to us.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Thank you. And any other commissioners have comments or questions on item 11? Commissioner Andriola.
If you would mind just giving a summary of, because I realize that there was a change, we were all aware of that in terms, you can't control when a company is purchased or what have you, but I do think it's important to talk about even what its purpose is and the vetting that your responsibility as being in this office and having the expertise and ensuring that we're following the law and that the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And I think, again, thank you for the extensive staff report and all of the documents that were provided. But if giving a summary, I think, would be helpful, because when that transition occurred, you know, how that happened. If you could just, brevity is welcome, but certainly if you wouldn't mind. You don't, maybe not in the beginning, because I don't know when the beginning started, but if you could just give some detail about how we're here now and why.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola, Andrew McDonald, for the record. I don't exactly know. I think probably I heard it the same day you heard when the transition happened from the procurement. It wasn't a rehat. I mean, it was a full-blown procurement from Dominion to Liberty Vote. A lot of those employees came over, maybe a few didn't, but they are rehatting, rebranding, and becoming a new company in that regard. That is really all I know. I was shocked, just as probably everyone in this room was shocked. I think they kept it under the wraps for whatever reasons. You know, it just didn't come out. But either way, it's the known systems that we have been utilizing and using, and therefore that's why I am asking for an extension of the contract. Folks had also mentioned going out for competitive procurement. And so just so everyone here is aware, to do a like-for-like voting system swap, you can't use two different voting systems equipment. you have to use proprietary equipment from that voting system. So I did call the only other voting system in Nevada. There's only two. There's Liberty Vote now, and there's ES&S. That's it. Those are the two games in town. I did call and made it very clear that I wanted a quote, like for like, of what I'd be going to if I went with the then Dominion 2B Liberty Vote contract. And it came back at $8 million. So that is to replace our existing voting system with ES&S voting system. What I'm putting in front of you today is just to swap out the VVPAT, the voter verified paper audit trail, with the output, which is a full-length ballot. And that's the equipment I'm asking to procure, which is we already have in a CIP, capital improvement project fund, that has already been given to us prior. So that's really what I'm after today.
So just as a follow-up, just again, to drill down to having everybody understand.
Yeah.
They're going to be able, the voter is going to have a ballot when they leave of what they voted.
Yeah,
I think you could maybe go into that a little bit, because I'm not sure everybody's.
Yeah, I apologize if I thought your question was related
you
to.
You went right over it,
Okay.
so I just, thank you.
So let me give some benefits or reasons why we want to move from VVPAT over to the ballot marking devices. VVPATs are difficult, number one, to see and read for the ADA community. But BMDs, or ballot marking devices, provide accessibility. They feature a 12-point font on the ballot. Just like you get your ballot in the paper ballot in the mail, it's the same thing. It's a 12-point font. It's legible and it's tangible. The voter has something in their hands to actually feel, look, and verify that that is the vote that they want to cast. So there's that. The paper ballot, again, is the same as the mail ballot that comes in the mail. It eliminates the QR code off the VVPAT, which is in the executive order. That is not the main reason we're doing it, but it is a good reason to do it. It is in there. It also speeds up election night results. So today we have 900 voting machines that we put out in the general election. Each one of those voting machines comes with a USB stick, a primary and a backup stick inside of each prime. And so when we move over to BMDs, we'll have about 140 ballot scanners out at the sites, which provides a primary and backup. That's 280 SD cards from 1,800. What does that mean? Election night results will come in much faster because we're only uploading 240 cards as opposed to 1,800 cards. So those are the few reasons that I'm wanting to move in this. It's more transparency for the public. It's streamlining operations. It's accessibility and giving more voter confidence in the elections that they can hold that tangible ballot before they cast it.
And just as a last comment, Madam Chair, thank you for your patience.
Great.
If people are wanting to look at some of the detail and be able to provide their own assessment, is there an opportunity for them to reach out to you, to make an appointment, and to talk to you about some of these details? I think all of us as commissioners have been briefed. When we come to these meetings, we have hours and hours and hours spent on research before we come into these chambers. And I think it's hard sometimes for people to understand the amount of time we all work and pride ourselves on doing a lot of research. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands your accessibility. You have been very gracious that I have seen myself, and having folks contact you, meet with you, and be able to have you answer the questions. It doesn't mean that everyone is going to necessarily like the answers, but the reality is that they are based on facts and they're based on data that can be supported by you and your office and the leadership and the statutory requirements as well that you have to follow. And so many of the changes I think that we hear about really, again, the legislature, unfortunately or fortunately, however you want to look at it, but those opportunities have to happen statutorily. Our purview is very limited in what we can do. So your commitment to transparency, I know all of us are committed to transparency and to putting in some things that will even have a very, very clear, checkable, auditable process are hopefully coming, and I'm looking forward to that presentation when the time is right. But in terms of your accessibility, I just wanted to see if you were, I know that you're busy and I'm not trying to overload you, but I do think it's important that everyone have a comfort level and have accessibility to your office.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously can't take every single member of the public into the office every day. I'm not going to get anything done, but I'd be more than happy to figure out some like office hours or something where folks could stop by and we can answer questions for them. The other thing I'd like to do, and I think it might have been your idea when you actually saw the BMDs, is I'd like to do a public display with about 30 or 40 of these out at the convention center or Worcester High School or somewhere in one of your jurisdictions where the public can come in and they can, the same thing they have outside out here, but in a larger setting where it really, anybody can stop by after work, or if we can do it on the weekend, we'll figure out a time. But to be as transparent and have as many questions as possible, I think that would be a good use of time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I do have to say, as far as if people want to dig in on the work that you and your office have been doing, you just did a great podcast interview on Battleborn, Nevada. And so I do want to just plug that appearance and thank you for representing the county so well on that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Chairwoman.
Absolutely. Any other commissioners have? Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Just a quick question. Can you refresh my memory? Software licensing and contracts, I get them all kind of muddled, but each of those options that are presented to us today have a 3% annual escalator. It's on page 4 of the staff report. Can you explain to me what that is and why?
Sure. I mean, it's already embedded in the existing contract. What it is things go up. It's inflation. It's no different than, you going to buy some milk at the store. It goes up every year. And so the voting system vendors, just like a lot of our vendors, have an escalator, not just that one, of X amount percent. And that's, I guess, the consumer price index roughly is 3%, where they're feeling that they're making the same amount of money every year for doing the same services. Yep.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Yes, Manager Thomas.
Thank you. Since we're continuing the theme of transparency, I want to make sure I know the board's aware, but the ballot marking devices that we're purchasing are quite bulky. If you move forward with this purchase, I just want to be really transparent that what that will do, and what we're already constrained with the space that we have in the warehouse that we're renting. And so I wanted to at least put out there on the record that if we go forward with this procurement, we're going to need more space. The number of pallets that will necessitate us to not just receive but to unpack had us starting to go down the trail of looking for additional warehouse space. And so we're going to be bringing forward an item in a future agenda in December to move the warehouse that we're currently leasing to a different location here in the county. And what I think that also affords is the opportunity to have a more transparent, for those of you that have participated in the election and have been down to the ROV's office, it's quite constrained in space, and this would offer us a lot more transparency for the public to come see the operations, to participate in and see all of the functions of the election night.
Yeah.
So in full transparency, I just wanted you to know that as we move through this process, I know you're aware we've talked about the fact that this would necessitate additional space for us. And so there are many benefits that come with that, but I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you so much. And I mean, I think this is an exciting move for us, because what came out of the audit that we did was essentially you need more space if you're going to move from pre-mail-in ballots to post-mail-in ballots with all of the scanning, and knowing that more than half of our constituents love a mail-in ballot. So that is the bulk of what you and your team are doing in the office, and you just don't have enough space and enough visibility by the public. I think this is going to be a game changer as well, that investment. So I'm really excited about that piece.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other
Thank you, Kate.
commissioner comments? I'm not seeing any. And do I have a motion, or would you like me to make it? Look into the board. I'm happy to make it. Move to approve the transition from voter-verified paper audit trail to equipped Dominion voting systems, now Liberty Vote voting machines, to ICX ballot marking devices with vote-centered ballot scanning in an amount not to exceed 1.7 million. $1,764,000 $1,619.70 as outlined in the staff report. Looking for a second. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes 4-1 with Vice Chair Herman in the no vote. And this meeting is going way longer than I think we thought it would, which is okay. I would like to take a lunch break. We have some food upstairs so that the board can take a little break, make the best decision with the rest of the rest of the agenda. We will come back and we'll start on item 12. We'll come back at 2:30. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I will call this Board of County Commissioners meeting to order at 2:33. We'll start with item 12, Manager Thomas.
Thank you. Item number 12 is a discussion and direction to staff on a request from the Washoe County Library Board of Trustees. After many hours of deliberation and discussion at a publicly agendized, noticed, and executed meetings for fiscal year 2027, the base budget equal to the combined current fiscal year 2026 budgets, and the general fund amount is $14,374,168, and the library expansion fund at $3,299,910, adjusted as appropriate to account for future contractual obligations as the baseline budget within the general fund of Washoe County for purposes of supporting library service in our community. And I'll remind you, this is for discussion only. We have our Assistant County Manager, Dave Slater, here. As you know, we'll be discussing the budget in whole at a later date, so this is just that portion that you requested for the library.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Dave Solero, Assistant County Manager. I'll start with just a brief little overview and then kind of get into the meat of the discussion for you all. But the Washoe County Library System operates as a regional library service, providing access to information, educational resources, and community programming through a network of 12 locations, including partnership libraries and specialized outreach services. The system's mission is to connect people with information, ideas, and experiences to support an engaged and enriched community, one person at a time. The Library Board of Trustees, as you're aware, are appointed by the Board of County Commissioners pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes 379.020 and is responsible for the governance, policy setting, and oversight of the library system, including the appointment and evaluation of the library director, approval of policies, and monitoring finances and system effectiveness. As you will also recall, during the fiscal year 26 budget setting process, there was some question related to the appropriate budget for the library system. The board, you all, requested that the Library Board of Trustees review the needs of the community and propose a budget to this board in October or November of this year. We're here in November, just cutting it close, for the upcoming fiscal year 27 operating budget. Again, as Manager Thomas mentioned, this is not for you to approve this budget. This is the recommendation from the Library Board of Trustees for Washoe County staff to move forward in creating the 27 budget. The Library Board will go through the entire budget setting process. The fiscal year 2026 library combined adopted budget is approximately $17.6 million, which includes personnel, central services and overhead, service and supplies, and the current titles budget. Those are the books and the e-books that we all enjoy in our community. The majority of the costs associated with the library budget are personnel related. Approximately 83% of the budget is people providing a service to our community across all 12 of those branches. Through a process of multiple meetings, the Library Board of Trustees initially focused on policy discussion related to which branches would be open on which days and for how long. Many iterations of library location days and hours were created that generally followed the direction of the trustees, which was to provide programs that are most impactful and in the correct locations for our community, offering more hours after traditional work hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, to ensure those working traditional work hours have access to those libraries, and that not every branch needs to offer the same level of services. So all trustees agreed that providing programming like early literacy was an important function of the library. That's important because while we were defining the cost models for the library, in order to offer programming, we needed more staff than just to have a building open with books to check out.
Yeah.
So that's an important little piece as you start looking at hours of operation and kind of the number of staff to do that work. So all iterations of the expanded hours, as requested the Library Board, included the need for additional staffing over what the current budget is. Many options for different hours, days, and locations were reviewed and priced. And at the October 15th trustee meeting, the trustees voted to request that the fiscal year 27 operating budget be equal, adjusted through contractual obligations of the existing current fiscal year 26 budget. As I mentioned, all of the options that we worked through and priced for expanded hours and a few other things, we massaged hours in all kinds of different ways. When you get past an 8 to 5 Monday through Friday type schedule, or whether it's Tuesday through Sunday, whatever that looks like, the minute you go past that traditional kind of 40-hour work week, you are adding staff to cover and all kinds of different things. So there's a lot of work that was done by the trustees to review, really what it takes to provide services within our community for the library system. I really want to, mention that the work of the staff themselves in bearing with me as I worked with the Library Board of Trustees to come up with these options and understand what those impacts are. The staff did a phenomenal job. They were there. They understood what we were trying to accomplish. They came up with proposed solutions to library hours that best fit the needs of their individual branches. In fact, we proposed a new operating schedule for fiscal year 27. A little bit more to come on that as we go through this process with the Library Board of Trustees. It was a proposed model brought up through staff to be the most efficient with the current staff that we've got. Really, how do we provide those staffing, the needs of the community at those separate branches? As you can imagine, different populations utilize the branches. While we have 12 branches, anybody can use those branches. Some people get very comfortable in certain locations, and maybe that's the location where they just feel most comfortable. They love to take their children there. They have access to transportation, whatever that looks like. Certain programming for different populations starts to occur in these libraries. The process that we went through, however, did not determine the programming to be provided at our libraries. Instead, we identified that the current and existing budget is necessary to provide programming, doesn't matter what that programming is, to operate the library system. And so, as I mentioned, the trustees realize that they don't want to put the library board or the library in a different position than all the rest of the departments. You all have some choices that'll be made during the budget process. They recognize that it is your option for how much money is actually spent in the library system. They will react appropriately. However, they felt that they were comfortable, and they voted to provide a recommendation to you all that we utilize the same base budget for next year that we have this year. Moving forward, as the trustees hire a new director in early of 2026 and embark upon updating their strategic plan, that is the time where programming and specific needs of the community will come out and be identified, and they will put that through the process as all departments do. So with that, I'm available for any questions that may have provoked through this discussion or thoughts that you have heard from the community.
Well, ACM Solero, thank you for all the work you put into this process. We really appreciate it. You are the assistant county manager overseeing a lot of the operations of the county, and then you took over the job of supporting the library system in a more intense capacity since we don't have a director right now, and I just want to thank you so much. And I know this has been a lot of late nights and long hours and tough discussions, and I just want to extend my appreciation to you and the library staff who have also done a ton of work on this, and then obviously to the Library Board of Trustees. And I'm glad that this came out with a unanimous vote, and was it or no?
4-1.
Oh, 4-1. I apologize.
That's
okay, so not unanimous, 4-1 vote, and there's the majority of the board supports the direction moving forward. So I just really appreciate and commend all the work that's been put forth on this, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Certainly my pleasure.
Absolutely. Vice Chair Herman. Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
I think your ears were ringing today because you had several public commenters actually go out of their way to thank you for the great communication, your organization, your thoughtfulness, and your patience. Somebody specifically said, there was times where Dave had to say the same thing several times, but I just wanted to personally say thank you for that calmness and the professionalism that you exhibited. I know that many of our library staff have been put through the ringer over the last few years. Morale has been at a historic low, and it just means a lot to me that we have leadership in the county that can kind of help stabilize and bring that calming effect. And I not only wanted to thank you for that lengthy iterative process that you went through, and I wanted to thank the staff for digging in and looking for those efficiencies and offering those ideas and suggestions. We have some very talented, smart people in all of our departments, and our librarians minds are some of the brightest. So thank you for putting your trust in some of those recommendations that they brought forward. And finally, thank you to the trustees from the library trustees for prioritizing programming. I think, you can have a shell of a building, you can have supplies on the shelves, but really the heart and the soul of these libraries, if you are a patron and you know what it feels like to raise your child or take your senior citizen parent, there's so much magic that happens within these walls, and if you peel away that programming, it really does change the feel of it all. And I believe our constituents have been very vocal in access, wanting to preserve that access. And so I look forward to the library trustees strategic planning process so that we can kind of see how that is drilled down. That's not within our purview, but it is a team sport here that we're all in, and I'm very supportive of the direction that we're headed. So I offer my full support.
Thank you. And Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. I was trying to write down everything you were saying, not everything, but one of the points that you made in terms of timing. The hiring for the director is 2026, you mentioned. And then what is the process? They're going to go through a strategic plan, and then they're going to look at the budget again. And I'm wrestling with this because you brought up, obviously, that programming was a priority by the library trustees, and that you also specifically spoke about the proposal of lots of options and that looking at efficiencies, and if you essentially added more programming, it could be more staff. So really the hours of increasing or decreasing could have maybe not exactly the impact that one would think. Just decreasing hours doesn't mean the staff is going to be decreased. So I realize that you looked at all of that, but I guess what I'm wondering is the next plan of the iteration in terms of their strategic planning, and then are they re-looking at the budget, or are they just submitting this as an initial draft and then looking at the direction of where the commission is going and then will adjust? And if that's the case, what would be their timing for that?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. Again, for the record, Dave Solero, Assistant County Manager. So moving forward, the process to get to where we're at, right now we have two funds. We have an expansion fund and we have a general fund portion of the library budget. The process through the upcoming fiscal year 27 will be to have an above base request to kind of get from the current roughly $12.5 million, or maybe it's a little bit more, the numbers are, the current general fund portion of the fiscal year 26 budget to the overall budget ask, which is roughly $17.6 million. There will be an above base request for that brought forward through the budgeting process. Moving into the future, the timing is off a little bit, right? So normally you would tie the strategic plan to the budget and you'd work through all of those things. Absent a director, it's really hard to understand kind of the direction that the board really wants to go. This recommendation is really to set the library system itself at kind of a baseline of, we know that you can provide the services that you're providing to the community with roughly the same number of hours throughout the community at the 12 locations. This is really setting them up for that future success of having a new director on board with a new strategic plan so that they can hit the road running in fiscal year 27, starts July 1st, 2026. Now, what happens after that, right, is the adoption or the adaptation of the budget with a new director to the strategic plan and potential future recommendations to the board for the budget, whether it's additional funding or less funding. But until we have that strategic plan, we're right at the end of the current 3-year strategic plan, which put us a little bit behind of, kind of where we would normally want to be. But I believe that this actually sets the library system up for great success, hiring a new director and coming through with a new strategic plan. So I hope that answered your question.
It did, that there's more to come.
Okay.
That's what I'm hearing, that there's more to come because they're having to do some things. They don't have a director yet. So I too really appreciate the leadership of the library chair, the library trustees, and all the staff and you. I realize that the robust discussion that has happened in terms of looking at the 17.6 and then looking at essentially the 12.5 without the expansion fund dollars, it was clear from this board unanimously in terms of separating that expansion fund, but allowing the library board to actually have their fiduciary responsibility. If they needed it, it was there, right? So moving forward, though, you made a comment that I think really was clear. You mentioned that they, meaning the trustees, I'm guessing, the trustees all felt that they equally will follow whatever the other departments within Washoe County may be faced with in terms of some budget constraints. And so I hope in moving forward that they can look at the possibility of those contingencies. That's why I was looking at the timing of how the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners are going to be doing their budget and how that aligns with the timing of the library trustee. And that's where I was really going, and just seeing if it coincides. Because if they're just saying this is what we're looking at is keeping us whole, and all other 24 departments are looking at whatever they're looking at, I think that there might be some inequity there. So I'm just wondering, that's where I was going with the timing.
Yes, Commissioner, absolutely. They were very sensitive to the fact that they did not want to be treated differently than all the rest of the departments, but they were asked to bring something to this board to say, hey, we've looked at what we do for the community, how we do that for the community, and our recommendation is to, start with this. Certainly, when we get to the budget time and you all want to give everybody 10% above base budgets, they will accept that. So.
I don't remember hearing that from anyone.
Out into the universe.
I love how you
Just trying to be positive.
Offered such a very interesting suggestion. I didn't hear anybody say that, but I think that there are going to be some, to be honest, there's going to be some tough decisions and discussions, and it's going to be, I don't know where it's going to land. It sounds like you might have the ball of something that you can share with us, but I don't think that we have that. We don't have that information moving forward at this particular time. And so I really appreciate, and can you extend, I'm guessing we all feel the same way, but the appreciation to the library trustees, staff, and yourself for looking at and understanding that they may be actually faced with some constraints, and that they understand and they'll follow that consistency and be equally and fairly treated just like every other department. I guess I'm going to have to watch the meetings to see what suggestions you might make. If it might be the one that you just made, that would be interesting. But I do appreciate it on a very serious note. These are tough times. I don't think anybody is going to disagree with that. I also thought it was really interesting that you all looked at so many different models in terms of what is this best model to still stay with the mission while staffing and efficiency. So the models the new model is without adding any additional staff, right? That's what I'm hearing.
That is correct.
Okay, but the programming hasn't yet been done, so I wonder how that'll impact it. I guess there's more to come, as I mentioned.
Yeah, so it's interesting. The moment you provide any programming, you need more staff. And so, as we looked through that piece, the amount of programming right now in the libraries is dictated by the current strategic plan. And so there may be a point in the future where they want so much additional programming. Right now, it's kind of generally the same across all library branches, just different timing. And so I think the Library Board of Trustees has recognized that we don't need to provide the exact same programming at every single branch, right? We want to focus what's most important to the community. So I'm super excited for that upcoming strategic planning process where they can define really where those things are located, which libraries provide those. They totally get as well, that staff is important to providing that programming. The question really becomes, what is the programming accomplishing? And again, that ties back to the upcoming strategic plan.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. And again, I'm really appreciative of you taking even the roles and responsibilities clarification of what the board's responsible, what the staff is responsible, what's the mission, and then how that all ties in. What is the authority from the Board of County Commissioners? And I know that you've done all of that, and I really appreciate it because, as the chair said, it's not like you didn't have other things going on as well. And so to take that on and to help keep them informed is really, really important. I do think that we have an obligation to try and get you as much information and direction as they move through that process. So contingencies, I hope, are going to be considered in the options as they go through this strategic plan. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Solero, for your report here. I'm supportive of the library, and just I just want to get that on the record that I always have, and I will continue to feel that way. I'd like to see sometime in the future, some efficiency experts to come in and really detail what's taking place at the library. I think that an outsider, kind of like the Raftalis report, and see what really could be, how it can be configured, if we're doing the best practices now, or is there a better way to do it? Some real experts. I appreciate your stepping in, and I certainly appreciate the library board members, but an outside eye might show us something that might be helpful for future discussions. I'm sure it wouldn't happen soon, and probably we don't have time for that right now, but sometime in the future that should be looked into. And then on another note, after you've stepped in and you've got your feet wet over there, do you think that you might apply for the library director's position? Is that something that intrigues you? Is it? Let's get that on the record.
I appreciate the question. As much as I enjoy my experience with the library system, I really enjoy the job that I've got today.
Very well.
So,
thank you.
And just for the record as well, since we're not taking an official vote, I also am in support of what the library has proposed. I'm glad that they're going to be looking strategically on where it's best to put the staff for the programming, but keeping it at the same level as the year prior, I think is the smart move, and we'll continue to have these really great budget discussions. I can't wait till we have our strategic planning session in January to look at the full budget and see where we're at as a community, and what we need to be doing to make sure that we're putting this commission and the county on a good track. But I'm in full support. I really appreciate all the work that you all have been doing, and I think that this, and to Commissioner Garcia, who brings up a good point on morale, I hope that folks who if they're listening, or if you could relay this back to the staff, how much we appreciate their work, and we hope that they'll hang in there. And I know that it can be a hot topic, libraries, but I think all see the very important work that they're doing in the community, and making sure that everyone has access to free materials to learn and read and engage with their community. And yeah, Commissioner Clark is right. That public commenter who talked about traveling internationally because she was inspired by a library book or by a magazine. I mean, that's what it's all about. So I think that we are excited to see how we can continue to support while also making sure that we're balancing these fiscal concerns and needs that we have as a county. Any other comments before I told the clerk, even though this is not an action item, that we take public comment. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing this on
Sure.
a discussion item only. First up, we have Sherry Sanders, followed by Carrie Bukambuso.
You've been waiting so patiently.
It's been amazing to hear it, yes. Thank you. Thank you for hearing us today and for doing the work that you're all doing here. My name is Dr. Sherry Sanders, and I recently graduated law school with a degree focused on the public interest and constitutional law. And because of reasons, if anybody's curious about why I have a mask on, I actually do not have health insurance, and I just can't afford to get sick. It's not meant as a statement. I live in downtown Reno, and I volunteer within interfaith and multi-denominational communities. I'm here to ask the Commission to accept the library budget recommended by the Library Board of Trustees, as prepared by Mr. Solero and staff, both his staff and the library staff. And we open today with an invocation for wisdom and compassion And in a secular sense, the library gives us both. Learning is how we get to wisdom, and wisdom is how we get to compassion. As we saw this morning, there are amazing students using these libraries. These students use the libraries alongside seniors and veterans who, in addition to using the books, are more likely to need food or housing assistance, access to mental health assistance, connections to low-cost legal assistance, meeting rooms, internet access, and places to sit while applying for jobs or assistance. As we know, we are in a time where we are seeing many of our public interest programs being defunded, and at the same time, the nonprofit legal services that might help people stand up under these challenges are also being defunded. The library is already serving as a lifeline for people the existing programs are failing to reach. And as we lose programs or receive less access to these programs, the library becomes more critical rather than less. Few who need the libraries can be here today to advocate for them. As just one person who can be here for all of us who need these services, including all the books and learning we can hold, I ask that the Commission fully fund the libraries. Thank you.
Carrie Buckham-Busso, followed by Janet Butcher.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing the public to speak today, and thank you for your service to our community and the time you're giving us, especially today. It's going a little long. My name is Carrie Buckham-Busso, and I live in Sparks, Nevada, in Commissioner Andriola's district. I want to start by thanking Commissioner Clark for your comments earlier about wanting the Commission to be efficient and saving money where we can so that we can spend it on programs such as the library, and that's why I'm here. So I'm here today to express my support and appreciation for the Washoe County Library System and to ask the Board of Commissioners to fund library programs, librarian education and training, and the library in general. I love libraries. I love the Washoe County Library System. The downtown one's my favorite. And thanks to the availability of diverse books, my family has bonded over reading stories together, and my children have increased their knowledge, vocabulary, critical thinking skills, and imagination, while learning about a variety of topics as we listen to books around the house and on road trips. I love that we get to select the books that we want for our family and that we can ignore ones that maybe don't match up with our standards or things we want to be reading about. It's great that they're available if we want them, and it's great that I'm not getting forced to check out something I don't want to read. And I also love that I get to chat with my parents, my husband, and my friends about books that we read and what we learn from them. Because of our public libraries, I've listened to 56 books this year on Libby, and I've checked out many physical books as well. I currently have several books checked out to learn about foods to improve the health of my family. I've gone to the library and listened to musicians and seen dancers and learned about other cultures. I've used a publicly available meeting room to host an event, and I'm planning to host another in the coming year. And all of these are things that have improved my family, my life, my personal development, and are only possible due to the resources of our library system. I would not be able to afford all of these services or access them other ways. Like 56 books times $20 is really expensive. And I appreciate that the library can get these books for cheaper and disperse them to our whole community. And I'm so grateful for the positive impact that the library system has had on my family and my personal development. Our libraries give us spaces to meet, learn, and develop ourselves. They provide a variety of educational resources, community resources, and countless other services and programs. While waiting today for my time to speak, I put a hold on a book that 176 other people were waiting to read, just from our little library system. And I found another one that 209 people are waiting to read. So our library is being used. People are using these resources. They want to read books. They want to have access to this. And I love that we have that availability. I might have to wait 23 weeks to listen to that book, but eventually I'll get my turn. So the opportunities the libraries provide are invaluable. Please continue to fund the Washoe County Library System so that they do not have to cut programs, services, hours of operation, or staff members. Thank you.
Thank you. 56 books. That's more than a book a week. So that's impressive. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Janet Butcher, followed by Ardelius Farias.
Janet Butcher for the record. I've attended a lot of the library board meetings. And I know the trustees have worked really hard, especially two of them who have financial background and I think understand more so than a fiction writer what it would take to run an entity. And Mr. Solaro, I'd have to say he's done an excellent job. I do want to make one comment, and this isn't a derogatory comment, it's just an observation. I believe that Mr. Solaro is a union employee and he was working with the union librarians. Of course, we would know what the outcome would be. I'm not opposed to funding the library if we have the money. But as we've all heard, we do not have the money. And I believe that we still are waiting for the amount of money that we need for the procurement of books. That hasn't been put forth yet. I think that's on the agenda for tomorrow night. But there are a lot of programs within the library that are they necessary. Whenever I have worked with unemployment, I did after COVID, I worked with unemployment. They sent me to Job Connection, and the lady at Job Connection was very helpful, although she looked at my resume and said, you don't need any help. But I don't think anybody, a Job Connect would ever send anybody to the library because they have all the facilities there. I've walked by Job Connect at the town hall or town mall, and it isn't full, it isn't busy. So why aren't these people being directed to Job Connect? Nobody's ever directed me to the library. And I've heard people say Social Security will send you to the library. I'm on Social Security also, even though I work. They've never sent me to the library. Another thing is that sometimes some of the programs, and I wrote something about this in the last library board meeting, and it had to do with some of the things that we put forth and we spend time on in the library, like putting up displays for banned books. Well, there is not I don't know of a single solitary book in the United States of America that is banned. So that's a fallacy, but we ended up in the library spending time to put up displays. That took away from these other things that are supposed to be so important. And I grew up in a library. I think most all of us always did. And I've challenged people to go out there and try to bring up some more funds for the library on their own. But anyway, 3 minutes goes by too.
Thank you.
Odalis Farias, followed by Jonathan McNeil. Is Jonathan McNeil here? Yes.
Okay. Hi, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan McNeil. I'm a lifelong Washoe County resident and currently a radiologic technology student at Truckee Meadows Community College. I know many of you support our libraries, but I want to add another story that conveys to you just how important the services provided by our libraries are, and ask that you support the funding of our local libraries in full. The libraries have been elemental in my life. I grew up going to our libraries, and now, as a student of TMCC, the main library we have access to is at the main TMCC campus up off Parr Boulevard. And if you've driven toward the North Valleys anywhere near rush hour in the last year, you might understand just how long it takes to get to the TMCC library. Because of this, I've frequented our Washoe County libraries over and over in the last few years. I've utilized the libraries to attend interviews in a private space, print and copy application materials, and use the Wi-Fi and the peace and quiet of the space to study for my exams. Our libraries even had a copy of a study guide for an entrance exam required by my current program at TMCC. All of this using nothing but this little card right here. I know the same is true for many other students and members of my community. Our libraries have been essential in getting me into my program at TMCC, and they continue to be a tool I use for my success in the program. Our libraries have created the opportunity for me to enter into a field that has given me a brighter future and allows me to give back to my community through healthcare. Our libraries are a place that creates access to fundamental services needed to exist in our society. Failing to fund our libraries is a failure to the past, present, and future of the citizens of this county. If your vision truly is for Washoe County to be the social, economic, and policy leadership force in Nevada and the Western United States, you will provide the necessary funding to keep our libraries open and thriving. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, any other comments or direction to staff before we move to the next item? I'm not seeing that any commissioners do. Well, we look forward to having our strategic planning session talking about the budget, but obviously this board is in support of the libraries and wants to see how we can keep it whole. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move in. I see that we have two judges in the audience, so I'm going to move to item 21 so we can make sure that all the folks who are patiently waiting can have that item. So, Manager Thomas.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are you going to read the public hearing, or would you like me to do that?
I will read it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Let's see.
Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. This will be bill number 1746. Oh, no, that's not correct. Item 21. Yes, this will be ordinance number 1746. An ordinance amending the Washoe County Code.
Those that would like to comment on this item, so I leave it up to you as far as how you would like to orchestrate this item.
Okay, I look to the board. Do you want a presentation? No? Do you need a okay, then we will go to public comment. And this is a public hearing, so I'll open up the public comment.
First up, we have Tammy Ingraham, followed by Joe Ingraham.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My husband is retired Chief Joe Ingraham of the Department of DAS, and I wanted to read an email that he mailed to the board on October 27th in part that I think is important. During my tenure, 2005 to 2020, DAS focused on misdemeanor offender supervision, pretrial release programs, community service, and alternatives to incarceration, such as house arrest. Millions of dollars were saved in diverted jail days and generated hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenues annually from testing and probation fees. Additionally, the in-house lab not only brought in revenue, but made it affordable for the probationers who are often required to test up to 4 times per week. This set them up for success as well as allowed immediate response for regressive behaviors. While I fully support Under Sheriff Solferino and his deputies' capability in administering their AIU and mental health substance abuse programs, there's a major concern with regard to DAS responsibilities. DAS was established under NRS 211A, which meant that our department had authority to do home visits, search, seizure, and tests any time of the day or night without a warrant. Countless defendants who graduated from the program expressed that this one tactic was the thing that kept them sober. They never knew when one of our officers would show up unannounced to test them, and this kept the recidivism rate at an unheard of low for any offense. Washoe County Sheriff's Department will not have the authority to conduct warrantless search and seizure. Two concerns that needed to be addressed early in the DAS creation was not being able to place the department under Washoe County Sheriff's control. The Nevada Attorney General opinion was sought and rendered that the sheriff could not administer the program due to this conflict. The sheriff's office falls under different legal guidelines. The second concern that needed to be addressed was stalking horse, which concludes that law enforcement cannot use probation as a means to enter a residence to investigate potential crimes. When we heard about this, I offered my temporary return as chief until a replacement was trained in an effort to keep the department stabilized. I have taken countless calls from DAS employees, the district attorney's office, and the courts to advise them how to navigate this sad turn of events and the lack of leadership. My officers had field experience, but no notice, authority, or training on the management of the department or its fiscal responsibilities. I am deeply saddened by whatever has transpired with Chief Roper. I had complete faith in him when I recommended him as my replacement. Knowing my team, I believe that no one knew of any corruption occurring by or under Chief Roper, as they adhere to a high level of integrity. Their integrity has been further proven by how they have shown up to work every day since this has happened, with little to no leadership or accountability other than their own. When an issue with an employee is raised, you replace the employee, not dismantle and disperse a successful institution. So I would just ask that this most important premise of DAS, of what they offer, of being able to do random home visits, be considered when thinking about this department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Ingraham, followed by Mark Wickman.
That's my girls, folks. On the Joe Ingraham, founder, chief, retired, alternative sensing. I made a statement at my last appearance here before the board that I'd like to kind of clear up. I painted with a broad brush a comment about responsibility. I had many supporters within the county from the comptroller's office to HR that were just 100% behind me all the time, and I'd like to thank them for that. What I'd like to do today is just encourage you all, commissioners, to read the letters, the memos, emails regarding the Department of Alternative Sensing that have been sent and forwarded to your office. Also, I was required by NRS to submit a annual report on or before the 31st of each year, so I would highly encourage you to look from 2006 to 2019, review those reports, because we talked about goals, accomplishments throughout the year, and future goals for the following year. I think if that had been adhered to, if the former chief did not submit those, I don't think the board would have had to make an $878,000 adjustment to the budget in 2023 to 2025. Again, I had a lot of support, so I can't imagine how that happened. But for 15 years, the department was a regional and national model, receiving several awards. The Life Savings Award from National Highway Traffic Safety Administration gave the Life Saving Awards to the department, to the men and women that do the work every day. Our own county of Washoe gave the department the Integrity Award, and Crossroads also recognized alternative sensing multiple times. In 2018, when we brought the lab in, the reason I did that was, as I worked through the years, I always had our department goals in mind, but I also had the board's goals, providing and sustaining a safe, secure, and healthy environment. That's what we did. So the lab, when I brought that in, it was to reduce the cost of the participants, and it also reduced the false positives down to less than 2 people here today. I made a comment about having complete confidence in Under Sheriff Solferino. I believe he's the man he's very good at what he does, and the furtherance of the mental health issues that we have in the county, the addiction issues that we have, the criminal activity, I think would be better suited if we were a team approach, not wrapping DAS into the Sheriff's Department. There's several legal issues that I encourage Mr. DA to take a look at that was outlined by my wife. But I think if there was more of a partnership with the Sheriff's Department, alternative sentencing, pretrial services, to where we enhance each other's capabilities and not silo effect. Because for years, if any of you have been part of the county, that was a big topic. And trying to break down those silos, if we can do that, it's going to be much more beneficial to our citizens. And as a citizen here, I have 100% faith in alternative sensing and the team there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your service as well.
Mark Wickman, followed by Evelyn Grosnick. And I'll distribute documents for Mr. Wickman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Officer Wickman, I'm the Association President, and thank you for your time again. We're here today because it's increasingly clear that our department is being dissolved. The reasoning for this decision has shifted repeatedly. First, it was said to be due to fiscal mismanagement, which I must note was allowed to continue 3 years by several people in this room. Now the justification has changed to efficiency. Commissioner Clark has made it clear that the action stems from this perception that our department has given the community a black eye and that we will not be given another opportunity to operate as we once did. This is punitive, not financial. Mr. Clark himself stated that fiscal impact of our dissolving our department is insignificant, meaning this is not about. Likewise, the comptroller approved these expenditures remains in place. Before March, our department operated nationally recognized level, receiving awards, praises, and praises from this commission. We are entrusted to assist We were trusted and assist in 5 nationally recognized specialty courses through All Rise Concepts. Our budget remains one of the lowest in the county, and what we impact people's lives is immeasurable. I have also submitted documentation regarding AdverHealth, including litigation and settlement history that we have uncovered due to due diligence after learning they were awarded the county contract. By every meaningful measure, monitoring, lowest cost, and immediate response capabilities, efficient. Staffing, we have on-site officers and case managers able to address violations and a turnaround enabling these. Sober 24 has been unwavering in our mission, helping individuals battling addiction and mental health challenges with compassion, accountability, and
Thank you.
Evelyn Grosnick.
Good afternoon, Chair Hill and Commissioners. Evelyn Grosnick, Washoe County Public Defender, for the record. I would like to reincorporate the statements that I made last time about, and perhaps that's what was meant. So I do have concerns about that, but I also think the great thing about this process has been the county has sought input from many stakeholders, and county management, from what I understand, is still working on what this looks like going forward with further opportunities to provide input. And so I think that's been a really significant change that I've seen in the county, is being invited to the table to provide a perspective from indigent defendants and more opportunities to work together as a criminal legal system to figure out what's the best way to move forward and how can we better support people and help them get on their feet. So thank you for this opportunity today.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, I open it back up to the board. Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything? Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Andriola? Commissioner Clark?
Not yet.
Okay. For me, I think that I'm going to move forward with the vote today. I do think it's really important that after we get a plan together, we articulate that to our judges as soon as possible, because I even heard yesterday that there's judges who are concerned about what the sentencing looks like and what they can tell clients that could potentially use these type of services. And so as soon as we know, I think that we need to articulate that. And then I think that we need, and we'll have a future discussion about this, because this is just a repeal of the chapter, but the accountability piece, you know, speaking to reporting to the board and making sure that we understand that all the players who we've been convening are feeling good about the new direction. If we need to shift, then we will shift. And I know, especially for our contracted tester, I know that, you know, for me, I want to see if there's a potential for this to be in-house with the sheriff's office and what that will look like. So, and then just making sure that all the courts have an equal opportunity to express their concerns and also their feedback on the process moving forward, and that not one court just has one say over the other courts, and that we're making sure we're taking in all of the feedback that we're receiving on those pieces. So is there any other commissioners? Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, as I look in the audience, I see people sitting here all day to hear this particular item. And, you know, I've made statements that were kind of questioning statements that have become, I'm accusing somebody of something. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I just unlikely, these are questions I think a prudent person would ask. I'm not involved with your organization. I don't work there. But even I, from a distance, heard there were problems way before the problems came to the surface. If I heard about it and I'm not working there, I would think that everybody who's ever had a job of any kind with a group of people knows who's doing, everybody watches everybody. Everybody kind of has an idea. It's like a work family. People understand the dynamics. And so my question as a prudent person is, how did this get to where it is? Why are we here? I've asked time and time again. I've asked throughout the state, I've asked the county 20 times or more. When is the last time in the history of Washoe County since 1861 had a federal agency come in and shut down one of our departments? Has that ever happened in the state of Nevada? I know there's been a receivership and the state's taken over counties and different things like that, but to have the feds come in and shut down one of our departments, and it's an embarrassment, you know. There was somebody who was supposed to oversee that particular department, and he's no longer here, the former county manager. The former county manager got pay raises and bonuses each and every year. When they did the survey amongst the commissioners, one word statement stands out: no room for improvement. This person was perfect. Well, if he was perfect, why didn't he catch on to this, especially when I gave him the heads up on it, and I'm the last to know anything. So us as county commissioners need to react to the Fed shutting down a department. I've talked for hours with the interim, now county, soon to be county manager officially, and she's very receptive to listening to all the stakeholders on each and every level. And if we do something and create something and a fresh canvas and move forward with this, and it isn't quite right, well, guess what? We have the ability to tweak that any way we want it. And I have confidence in her to do that, and I have confidence in the fellow commissioners to agree to that as well. We want this to work. We don't want to be embarrassed. We want it to be smooth. And who's here really representing your clients? Who's here representing the folks that are in that system? Who's here representing the public who's paying for this? You know, this is an embarrassment to have the feds come in and close it down. There's got to be a better way to do something. Keep doing it the way you've been doing it. Doesn't make any sense under these circumstances. Mr. Ingraham was here when I was here as the assessor. I know he got awards. He did a fantastic job. I was disappointed when he retired, but that's what happens. Everybody around here, sooner or later, they leave. All of us are going to. And we need to have somebody who can step in and fill his shoes, and it didn't happen that way for whatever reason. And we don't have the knowledge of what really took place. I don't know what really took place until there's a hearing, a trial, and the evidence is presented to the public and presented in a courtroom situation. Nobody knows what the heck. Somebody might know what the heck took place, but I don't. But all I can rely on is what I know, and that's the feds came down and closed down one of our departments. Folks weren't able to get their testing. Hopefully nobody was incarcerated because they failed the test because it was closed. But you know, these are consequences that we don't want to deal with here. It's an embarrassment. We need to figure out a better way to do this, and I'm going to support doing that. So that's my comments. I have one last comment for the DA. You know, this is done in Clark County, the way that we're proposing to have it, the sheriff monitor this, and I understand there's a letter out from the DA's office, the DA himself, Mr. Hicks, that says that it's legal for us to move forward in the kind of the direction that we're headed for now. Can you clarify that, please?
The legal advice the district attorney provided was that the sheriff is empowered to oversee misdemeanor supervision. In regard to your question with Clark County, each of the departments in each of the counties have a little bit different situation going on. The way Metro is run, it is the power, is the oversight of the Department of, they don't have a Department of Alternative Sentencing in Metro. What they have is a misdemeanor probation unit that is controlled by Metro itself, which would be similar to the model that we would have with the county's plan if this board were to adopt this. So yes, the sheriff, the legal advice that was provided, the sheriff is empowered to oversee misdemeanor probation for Washoe County.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we also have Judge Walker and Judge Riggs here. I'm not sure if y'all want to come up and say anything, or if you just want to, or you're observing, and that's fine too. I just wanted to make sure you were invited if you did want to come up. And then I'll.
Good afternoon. Mr. Large, Manager Thomas, we've had the pleasure to work together to speak to each other before, as we have Commissioner Clark and Chair Hill. So good afternoon, Commissioner Herman, Commissioner Garcia, and Commissioner Andriola. I look forward to being able to speak to you about other court matters. Judge Walker and I are here simply to provide answers to any of your questions and to appear in support of our own pretrial services supervision unit here at the 2nd Judicial District Court. Pretrial Services has supervised pretrial offenders, gross misdemeanors, and accused felons since 1994, and have been doing that job professionally and responsibly and effectively for those 31 years. It's only been in the past couple of years that the gross misdemeanor and the felony supervision has been assigned by one of our limited jurisdiction courts to another entity. And I just want you to know that we are, whatever you decide, we are here to support your decision, and we are ready. Our pretrial services supervision division is ready to take that responsibility back if you do reassign that to us. And I'm also, by the way, here to answer any of your questions. I heard in the last meeting, which I did not attend, that there were some potential concerns about pretrial services department. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were here to answer any of your concerns in that regard.
Thank you, Judge Riggs.
All right, thank you.
Any questions for the judge from the board? Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
No questions. I just wanted to kind of hold space for two different things right now, to honor and thank those that dedicated, the men and women that have done so much positive work for changing lives over the decades. We can hold space for that and also say we're going to move forward with something different. I'm supportive of moving forward with this plan that we have before us. I just wanted to ask about communication. You brought up the fact that according to NRS 211A.110, on the dot every year on January 30th, we would get the annual report from DAS that would come to all of the commissioners. I would read it, I filed it away, and I feel like, now that drug testings with AverHealth, STAR program under HSA, probation under Washoe County Sheriff's Office, and pretrial under 2nd Judicial District Court, with a topic that's been so in the news and very, just difficult, and a lot of heartache has come from many of these conversations with all this change. How is the communication going to reach us that things are going well or that things are not going so well? I know I brought it up in my briefing, but I think it's important not only to this body to receive timely communication, but also to the public who have also, heard the rumors or read the news reports. And I think it's just incumbent upon us to really make a commitment today that the communication is going to continue to be smooth moving forward as things change and reconfigure.
Of course, and Commissioner Garcia, thank you for that question, and we remain open and available to communicate with anyone who has questions about our operations. Our manager of our pretrial services unit, Angie Winke, is a state expert. She is so accomplished in this area that she has been requested by Chief Justice Chief Justice of the Nevada Supreme Court, to participate in the reassessment of the revalidation of the Nevada pretrial risk assessment. She is, I've never heard her not being responsive to any question. Of course, our chief judge is always going to be responsive to any question coming from the commission. And in addition, we remain responsible to the persons who are actually receiving those pretrial services. And so those people would be, in today's hearing, been represented partially by Ms. Grosnick, who is the chief public defender. And so we remain responsible every single day in every court hearing when anybody on pretrial services appears in front of any of our judges. And we're absolutely open for communication, again, in addition to our Chief Justice, through our court administrator, Alicia LaRue. So I've never heard of an issue with our communication. And I just also want to adopt your sentiment. I believe that if, I've worked with Chief Ingraham a long time, from the beginning of my career. I believe if he had been in charge of this operation of the Department of Alternative Sentencing from the beginning, we wouldn't be here discussing this issue today. Unfortunately, that is not the case. So,
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for hearing me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Judge. And Manager Thomas, do you want to outline next steps? Because I think Commissioner Garcia's question really dovetails well on that.
Certainly. A couple of things. First of all, I do want to say from the manager's seat and the talented team that's working on this project, if you will, of making sure that the pieces land in a way that's most effective for those that we serve, which includes the clients and the departments. That in no way does this efficiency, operation, or recommendation take away the excellent work that this department has done and the people that are in it that have been doing the mission-based work for as long as I've been here for 8.5 years. I just want to make sure that that's inherently clear. Incredible work that we anticipate will continue with the same individuals that are doing the work, serving the same individuals that we're serving today, just in a different way. So I just want to put that on the record. Secondly, I'd like to commit that if you will allow, I would love to pull together data, updates, the communication that you're recommending. It's a great idea, Commissioner Garcia. It's the absolute right move to come from me monthly to this board, and then as you want to distribute it as you see fit. There's a communication structure that's in place right now with all of the stakeholders, the judges included. I am also in communication with Incline Village Justice Court. I've got the judge out in Wadsworth on speed dial on these things, and so we've been really communicating well across organizations, and I will commit that to you. That'll come from me monthly to the board if that works. And as we hear about issues that aren't working well for anyone, you have my commitment and the rest of the teams that we will reassess and we will retool and make sure that it is effective going forward, because the whole point of this is to make the greatest use of the taxpayer dollar and to have this organization operate as efficiently as it can.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make sure everyone is aware of my position, if you aren't already, from the public defender, the alternate public defender, the judges, the DA, the court administrators, the clients, the sheriff, and the employees. We're going to make a decision, but we don't have to live with it. You do. So we need your input to kind of comment on what Commissioner Garcia said. We need to make sure that you have a voice in this and tell us how what needs to be tweaked and how can it be better. Just saying we're going to continue the way it is, that train's left the station. It's not going to happen. But I think that with the right individuals that I've mentioned, everyone on the team can bring forward their ideas and bring it to the county manager, and we can make this your program the way you want it, and something that you can live with, because none of us commissioners up here are subject matter experts on this, on the courts and the whole system. We have an idea of what's taking place, but you're living there, you're in the trenches, so give us the feedback you need to make this work for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
I actually didn't answer your question. Next steps. On the 16th of December will be the point when staff returns with the budget allocation. So today you're taking the policy action to dissolve the department. On the 16th will come forward where the budget allocations will go to support those functions in the different areas, if that's helpful.
Yes.
Okay.
That's very helpful. And
I've got another question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
So if we're dissolving today, what takes place in the interim? Walk us through that. How is it?
I'm sorry, just for the record, Michael Large from the District Attorney's Office. The ordinance that you're repealing is effective date is January 1st of 2026.
Okay.
So currently, and then in the interim period, there will be adjustment as I want to make very clear in terms of what you're voting on today is to repeal, but of an effective date of Chapter 11 of January 1st, 2026.
Yeah, and I think there's confusion about what is happening between even yesterday and January 1st. So I do think if we can communicate to the judges and the parties that be our team that we've been pulling together on this, what that looks like, that's going to be good, because we literally heard yesterday that there was confusion about that.
Yeah, I apologize if that's the
No,
case. We
that's
continue
okay.
to work hard to pull the troops together to figure out where everything will land, at the end of the day. So we'll make sure that we communicate that, yes, the board action today dissolves the department, which doesn't occur until January 1st, but the work continues now with the next board opportunity to see where that work culminates on the 16th of December with the budget allocations to the different departments that will receive those functions. So we will continue the communication in the meantime to make sure people don't, I don't know what functions just yet, and we'll work with the team on what will move and when. I don't know if it makes sense for things to move sooner than later. I do know that one of the things that we are going to seek is physically divesting the county's interest in the building. So things like that, we'll keep you posted, and we'll make sure the judges are in order.
Thank you. And I think for next session, we need to look at this enabling legislation and see if there's better ways it can work for us. And so I know Cadence is at the special session, but if we can make a note that maybe it's on our list for looking at if there's ways we can tweak this, make this better, make the state support these efforts in a different way or in a better way for us, or even look at, any of those arrangements. I think that I don't want to miss that opportunity to, ask for what we need as we're in this transition period from the state as well. Thank you. Any other? Yes, Commissioner Clark.
A couple of comments or questions. We know who we're going to talk to at the Sheriff's Department. There's others, the judges. Are they going to each speak to you, each judge? I mean, every judge has a different viewpoint on this, so we want to get everybody's viewpoint. Are they going to have a committee amongst themselves and bring one judge to bring in all their concerns? How do we get everybody's voice heard? And that goes for the public defender and alternate public defender, the judges, the DA, court administrators, sheriff. We know kind of some of them who the point person is in their department, but who's going to be the point person for all of these different groups that are trying to cobble this together?
So you have a very talented team of court administrators that are the direct link to the judges, much like if a judge had an issue that they wanted to work through with the county, the court administrator comes to me, I communicate with the board. It's the same organizational chain of command. I would communicate with your court administrators. They would then work with the judges during their judge meetings or whatnot. Now, obviously, they're elected officials as you are, so you can talk to whomever you like, but generally that's the way that it works, is that we work through the court administrators.
Sure, I just wanted to get that on the record, because I've had judges call me at home and want to talk about this, and I'm saying the same thing I'm saying to you and to the room here today, and for the record, that we need to hear from everybody who has a valid, or maybe even a valid, just any concern. Just bring it to our attention and let's address it. So that's where I'm coming from, is let's collaborate on this and make it better for everyone. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Andriola, I think were you ready to do the ordinance, or would you like me to? Up to you.
I'm waiting to make sure everybody is ready. Are you ready?
We've had a good discussion. We've done public comment, so take it away, please.
I'm going to move to conduct a second reading of ordinance number 1746 with an effective date of January 1, 2026.
Thank you so much. Looking for a second. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is the second reading, so it's not a motion to have a second reading.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. We have a motion on the second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And should pop up on your screen. There it is. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We will be in touch on next steps. We're now going to move into our item 19, and Madam Clerk, if you could help us with that.
This will be bill number 1941, if introduced, which amends Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Development Code to create incentives for senior housing.
Thank you very much. And I think we have a staff person. Come on up. Welcome, Ms. Oakley.
I have a very brief presentation if you all would like one.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Kat Oakley, for the record, with Washoe County Planning. So this is the first reading of a proposed ordinance to create a senior housing use type and some incentives for that use type. So a brief bit of background, and we've talked about this. We have a very cost-burdened community, both in renting and in owning. Seniors are the most impacted age group when it comes to being cost-burdened, and that's over 60% of our senior renters. And on top of that, we've got an anticipated increase in our senior population of 30,000 people by 2044. So that's they'll make up 2% more of our population than they do now, but that's a person increase of 30,000 that's anticipated. And so that's a lot of people to house. It's an existing housing kind of shortage and issue, so that's why we're looking at providing for the need for more senior housing options. What's proposed specifically is adding a definition for senior housing, which is not currently in Washoe County Code, and that definition is going to align with the federal definition as it exists in the under the Fair Housing Act, essentially. So that's a residential development in which at least 80% of the occupied dwelling units are occupied by at least one individual who is 55 years of age or older. The permitting requirements would be based on whatever the housing type is. So if it's single family, it's however single family is permitted. If it's multifamily, missing middle, same thing, same concept. And then also including those ancillary commercial uses that are often associated with senior development. So amenities like indoor recreation spaces, community spaces, those sorts of things. We want to make sure we're including those. The second part of this change is to activate Article 336, which is for housing incentives, and we've had it held in reserve for a long time, and so we've decided it's time to put something in there. We're going to call it housing incentives and then establish some incentives for senior housing, and specifically establishing a 25% density increase above that base density of whatever is allowed for that particular housing type in that particular zone, in exchange for a deed restriction or a CC&R provision, whichever one is more appropriate based on the development type, restricting the use of that property to senior housing for at least 20 years. We did have a public workshop in September, had 3 attendees, some questions and comments related to deed restriction enforcement, incentives for income restricted housing, which is not part of this package, but a separate topic to be considered in the future, and then this development code update process. Overall, there was support for the amendments. And we also took it to the Planning Commission, who voted unanimously 5-0 to recommend approval to you based on the ability to make one of the following findings, that's what's required for a development code amendment. The Planning Commission's recommendation is to introduce and conduct a first reading of this ordinance, and that is all I have for you. I'm available for any questions.
Well, thank you so much. And this is part of a multi-step housing package that you've been bringing to us. What would you call this version?
I'm calling it senior housing. We're abandoning the numbering thing.
Okay, because we had too many numbers. And Bs.
It was a bit too much.
Okay,
Yes.
so we're just at this, but I think this is like our third?
It is.
Okay, our fourth piece of the housing. And Ms. Oakley, I have to commend you. I know that this is tough work, but I think this is a great move and something that we need to do, and hopefully will inspire the other jurisdictions, because I don't think, do they have these?
I do not know if they have any specifically for senior housing. Reno, I'm most familiar with, they have other incentives of this type.
Based on income.
Yeah, based on
Yeah.
income and on unit size as well.
Well, I think it's great. So thank you so much for taking the initiative and being a leader on this. I really appreciate it. I'll go down the line. Vice Chair Herman, anything? Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
No, I think it's great. The definition kind of lays it all out there. How did you come up with the 20-year deed restriction?
That is a lot of deed restrictions for affordability or for this have a 20 or 30-year time frame. And so we went with 20-year. We want to make sure we're getting a good benefit out of it, but also that term on the deed restriction is kind of part of what developers expect and is part of this kind of standard process for deed restrictions. So yeah, it's kind of a standard number. That's the best answer I have for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriola.
I too just want to thank you for, number 4, I wanted to ask how many is left, because when the housing is done, then we can do the equine, and yes, I'm paying attention. So, yes, I am. Yes, I am. I really am looking forward, but housing is important, and I appreciate we all unanimously put these priorities in place, and so I guess that's my question. What do you anticipate the time frame for the rest of the housing packages to come forward? I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm just asking. Approximate.
Well, I can tell you we still have a few in the works, and to kind of get at the number, that's going to kind of depend on how we mix and match, because we have heard from our planning commission previously that when they get too big, it gets overwhelming to consider, right? And so we want to make sure it's manageable. I believe we are kind of in the middle of the process on all of them.
Okay.
We've worked on drafting. We're getting ready to do the public outreach, and that we are getting close to the finish line.
That is a great answer, by the way.
That,
Getting
hopefully,
close. But no, I'm not going to put any more pressure, and it's late, and I'm not wanting to keep anybody any longer. But I really do sincerely appreciate how methodical you all are in how you approach not just what you think is needed, but the actual data and information that helps to drive that. So I think that's really an important factor that most people probably don't realize. It's not something you're thinking, oh, this would be nice. It's this is what the demand, this is that missing piece, or this is what we really don't have any way to accommodate this particular target audience, whoever that might be. And so, basic economics is the more supply you have, the lower the prices go, right? When there's less supply, economic prices then increase. So I will be supporting this, and certainly will be doing everything I can to hope that that soon comes quickly. So thank you. Thanks for all your hard work.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I'm always supporting anything that helps seniors. It looks like this could do that and make things affordable for folks on fixed income. So, and I'm glad it covers 55-year-olds and up, because some people need to be retired at certain ages and medical disabilities and so forth. And so I think they'll be helpful for many reasons. I mean, across the board, whether you're at a movie theater or everybody seems to have their own definition of senior citizen, but 55 seems to be fairly a bigger net, and it allows more folks to qualify for this. So thank you for your work.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Commissioner Clark, too, because we know that over half of our homeless shelter is folks over the 55 with disabilities, with mental health issues or behavioral health issues. So really this also supports targeting the folks that we're trying to serve and get housed. So yeah, I appreciate that thoughtful approach. All right. If there's no other comments, I'm looking to see, Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is. We have Pat Davison.
Great.
I will distribute her documents.
We love to see you on all of our housing amendments. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, Chair Hill, Commissioners. My name is Pat Davison. I'm a resident of District 5. It's good to be here again talking about code amendments to encourage the creation of more housing for our current and future residents. I'm excited by the evolution of the county's program from almost nothing to something of substance. A reason to celebrate today is the fact that this code change is your first entry into Article 336, housing incentives. Hooray! Why is the county talking about housing and incentives? In a nutshell, the county is trying to address the housing supply and affordability problems confronting residents. As noted in the staff report, 63.6%, or almost 2/3, of senior renters in the county spend more than 30% of their income on housing, sadly meeting the definition of cost burdened. If more units were on the ground, it's possible housing costs would go down because there would be less demand for the same unit. By streamlining the process, relaxing requirements, and providing incentives like this density bonus, the county hopes owners and developers decide to build housing units that meet the demand for age and income groups struggling with housing. And my goal of someday being able to offer fee waivers or reductions to owners and developers who build middle income and workforce housing will be the icing on the cake. I'm so glad the county's not taking a mandatory or punitive approach with respect to market rate units. In my opinion, an approach that mandates inclusionary housing or an affordable housing fee has two negatives. It deters market rate developers and drives up the cost of market rate housing because the added cost is passed on to consumers. There is a better way. Encouraging owners and market rate developers to voluntarily build some of these senior units is positive and proactive. As you saw in the video recording or read in the minutes from the October 7th Planning Commission meeting, I had initially asked that the density bonus be on a sliding scale based on whether income restrictions are part of the development. Given staff's answer that future density incentives will be aimed at income-restricted housing, I'm satisfied with this proposal as is and urge your unanimous support to add senior housing to the master table of uses, define that new housing type, and make the first entry into Article 336. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Looking to the board to see if there's any other comments or questions? No. Who would like to read this into the record for us? Commissioner
I'll
Drillo?
be more than
Thank
happy
you.
to. It's going to get closer to equine. Move to introduce and conduct a first reading of Bill number 1941, which is an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, in Division 3, Regulation of Uses. These amendments include modifying the title of Article 336 from Affordable Housing Incentives to Housing Incentives, adding provisions to describe the purpose of Article 336 Housing Incentives, and creating incentives for senior housing, and amending provisions to include senior housing as a residential use type in Table 110.302.05.1 and defining the item or the term and all matters necessarily conducted therewith and pertaining thereto. Further move to schedule a public hearing for the second reading and possible adoption of the ordinance for December 16th of 2025.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll move to item 20. Madam Clerk. Oh. Do I need on item 20 to adjourn or to convene as the fire board? What do you?
Madam Chair, Michael Large for the record. For item 20, this board is now going to be convening in a joint session with both the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners and the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District Board of Fire Commissioners. So you're going to be sitting in both capacities for this sole item.
It's a double.
And if Chief Edwards wants to come up and sit at the dais as well, he's more than welcome to. Okay.
Sure.
We have legal space requirements, like, do we move to the left,
geez,
Chair?
That's
Hill?
awesome. I know.
Is there,
Scoot
let
down.
me move to the right.
All right. Thank you, Chief Edwards. I know, so patient. Okay, I am looking to the board to see if folks need some staff report. I'm not seeing that anyone does. Okay. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
So, do you want me to read it into the record
yes, I
first?
apologize. I
Okay.
just got really excited.
That's okay.
With the chief coming up and our joint meeting that we're having with ourselves. So it's a late day. So go ahead, Madam Clerk.
If introduced, this will be Bill number 1942, an
Okay.
ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 60, Fire Prevention and Protection, to update the adopted editions of the International Fire Code and International Wildland Urban Interface Code.
Thank you so much. All right. We don't need a staff report. Chief, do you want to add anything before we proceed? No. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is none.
Okay. I am looking to the board. If there's no other comments or questions, if someone could read that. And Commissioner Andriola, you're on a roll, so you want to help us with that?
Sure. I move to introduce and conduct a first reading of Bill number 1942, which is an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 60, to update the adopted editions of the International Fire Code and International Wildland Urban Interface Code from the 2018 editions to the 2024 editions, with modifications to make them applicable to conditions within Washoe County and to remove the adopted permit and service for fee schedule from the Washoe County Code and provide for its adoption by resolution, and all matters necessarily conducted therewith and pertaining thereto, and set the second reading and public hearing for possible adoption of the ordinance on December 16th of 2025.
Thank you so much. All right. We'll now move back to our public hearings. Item 22, we'll open the public hearing on item 22. This is a second reading. Madam Clerk.
If passed, this will be ordinance number 1747, to adopt a development agreement for Silver Hills, a residential subdivision, tentative subdivision map, case number WTM 21-006, to extend the deadline for recording the initial final map to August 24th, 2029. Amendment of conditions, case number WAC 25-009. It was formerly bill number 1939.
Okay, we've already done this first reading. Do board members need a refresh on this? I'm not saying that anyone does. All right, and any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is none.
Okay, if there's no other comments or questions, I'm looking for some help with the second reading. Commissioner Andriola.
Okay.
Thank you.
I realize that I'm going to have to go get my glasses. Either this type is getting smaller, but there we go. Here we go. Move to adopt ordinance number 1747, adopting an ordinance pursuant to NRS 278.021.0201 through 278.0207, approving a development agreement between Washoe County and Lifestyles Homes to extend the deadline for recording the initial final map for Silver Hills, a residential subdivision, to August 24th, 2029. This approval is based on the board's ability to make all the findings required by Washoe County Code 1110.814.30, paragraph D, as well as the following finding: that this development agreement is in the best interest of the county, as it promotes the public interest and welfare by maintaining a consistency and allowable development, and that sufficient terms and amended conditions of approval are in place to protect the interests of the public and the developer, and further move to authorize the chair to sign the development agreement.
Thank you so much. All those in favor, please say aye.
We need a second.
Yeah?
We need a second.
Oh, I apologize. Looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it's on your screen. And motion passes 4-1, and Vice Chair Herman with a no. Thank you very much. We'll now move into our third public hearing, item 23. This is the second reading. Madam Clerk.
Going a little fast here for me.
I'm sorry.
Okay. This will be ordinance number 1748, if passed, to adopt a development agreement for the Montreux 2000 TM 0007-002 to extend the deadline for recording the next final map to July 24th, 2026, and to adopt amended conditions of approval, WAC 25-0016, formerly Bill number 1938.
Thank you very much. This is the second reading. Do board members need a refresher? I'm not seeing that anyone does. Any comments or questions? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
There's none.
Okay, then I am looking for someone to help us with this second reading. Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt ordinance number 1748 as outlined in the staff report.
Looking for a second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Hang on one second.
Oh, you're doing great. We're rushing through these here. Thank you. All right, that motion passes unanimously. We'll now move into our final public hearing, item 24. This is also a second reading. Madam Clerk.
This will be ordinance number 1749, if passed, to adopt a development agreement for Peterson Village, previously Village Parkway, a residential common open space subdivision, tentative subdivision map case number WTM 21-007, to extend the deadline by which the first final map must be recorded to September 7th, 2027, formerly Bill number 1937.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none. Looking for, public. Is there any public comment?
There's no
Madam Clerk?
public comment.
Thank you. Looking for someone. Yes, Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move to adopt ordinance number 1749 as presented in the staff report.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Andriola. Thank you so much. We have a motion and a second.
Who was the second?
Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Great. We are now into our final public comment. Thanks, everyone, for your patience for a very long meeting. We really appreciate it. Have a good one. And item 25, Manager Thomas.
Comment heard under item number 25 is limited to 3 minutes per person. It may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Unused time may not be allocated to other speakers, and comments are pleased to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Todd Bailey.
A question cannot be false. I asked how much EDON was going to be paying for the surplus county property, and I was called a liar. Nobody from the county, nobody from EDON walked up and said, oh no, we're going to pay market rate for that property. Nobody did that. Asking that question doesn't make it a lie. That's not transparency. That's slander and libel. Now I'm curious, Mr. District Attorney, what would that be worth if a county official libels and slanders somebody who's asking a question? $10 million? We can simply do that through a public information request. We'll ask for a complete list of all the surplus county property, how much EDON will be paying for it, or its nonprofit will be paying for that surplus property. That's a very reasonable question. And calling me a liar for asking that is inappropriate. Today, I'd like to wish everyone on the county commission, every county elected official, every employee in every department, and those who will be actually working all first responders, the sheriff, and the fire departments, a very happy Thanksgiving. I am very aware that even you've become an at-risk population, and I'm very aware that you are taxpayers too. And you too are frustrated with the situation we are now in. So have a great holiday. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in December.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay. You don't have anything for us? All right. All right. Well, we will now go into our Commissioner and County Manager reports and updates. Manager Thomas, do you have anything?
Just reminding everyone, our next meeting is December 9th.
Okay. Vice Chair Herman? Okay. Okay. Great. Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Andrilla?
Wish everyone a wonderful Thanksgiving.
That's right.
And I hope everyone eats lots, second helpings on pumpkin pie, and enjoys family, friends, and really just takes the time to be extremely grateful for everything that our community offers and everything Washoe County does to make it a great place to live.
Thank you. That's so nice. Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to salute my fellow commissioners for showing that we still have the endurance. It's 4 o'clock, we're still here, a cup of coffee, a cold piece of pizza. We could probably go on to 7 or 8. And then if it was a blizzard out, we could all drive home in the blizzard like we used to a couple of years ago.
Yes, that's right.
So remember those nights, how cold, and after we left here, it was a long drive to Washoe Valley, let me tell you. I'd like to also talk about the equine ordinance. You know, it just hit me the other day. We're surrounded by other counties in Northern California, 16 other counties in the state of Nevada, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, Wyoming, Montana, Colorado. I want to ask this to the DA. Is it against the law to plagiarize? Can we look at some other ordinances and cut and paste and cut to the chase? We've had at least one applicant say she's been waiting for 26 months. Can't we cut and paste something from somebody else and move this on a little bit? And later on, if we need to adjust it, we can do that. But it's something that needs to be brought forward. That's the first comment I want to make. The second is I want to find out about EDON and exactly how they're going to market our properties, if we have to pay them, if we're paying them, how much are we going to pay them, if they're awarding contracts or listings to other entities, does that entity have to belong to EDON? He mentioned, the chair of EDON mentioned that lots of brokers are members of his organization, but what if I wasn't a broker? What if I was a good commercial broker here in town and I wasn't a member of that organization? Would I still have the opportunity to participate in the transaction with the sale of county property? So I'd like to get those written reports, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other? Commissioner Andrilla?
I just like to follow up for everyone. I know that time goes by and we always have so much going on and competing priorities, but the great news is that staff has done an immense amount of work in comparisons for best practices for equine regulations, recommendations, and had to put that aside in order to meet the requirements and the priorities set by this commission, which is why we recently moved it from position 5 to position 2 after housing. And so the great news is we'll be hitting that ground running as quickly as possible because a lot of the work and those comparisons have been done, but there is some complexities, and I'm happy to meet with anyone to explain what they are, because it is and I will just use, I've done this before, so I'll say it again. In the spirit of the holidays coming, this equine is like untangling the worst Christmas lights you've ever dealt with. And it is exactly what happens when regulations upon regulations get layered in various capacities from various jurisdictions. And untangling those Christmas lights is a bit of a heavy lift. And I think that is what was discovered. And I think we'll all be eager to participate and untangling the lights and then plugging them in and making sure they all work and having some things set into place so that we can have equity for all of the folks that have been either impacted or currently being impacted. But it's much more complex than just let's look at a couple states. So I just want to commend the staff for all the hard work that they've already done, and then just bracing ourselves for that endurance that we all have as we move forward in that process when the time is right. And I, along with everyone else, is as eager as we can to get that done. So thank you.
Thank you.
One last comment. I'm predicting that whoever wins the Kentucky Derby this year will be born, raised up, broke, and in a race quicker than his whole lifespan, quicker than a county ordinance can get done here. So just put that in perspective. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for a great meeting, and we got a lot of work done. Can't wait for December. Have a great Thanksgiving. We are adjourned 4:15.
Yay, we passed all those ordinances.